on at baseball last night. Maddie had an early practice, and John was there with Johnny. And we talked for a little bit, and then he's watching his kid. I'm watching mine. Comes over a little bit later. He goes, because there's a spot where the scoreboard operator sits during games, but no one really uses it during practice. It's covered. It's right behind home plate. There's a bench. John goes, so I like to sit there. He goes, I can see the whole field. It's covered. And there's not a lot of room there. If someone comes up and sits right next to me. So practice was ruined for me. He said out loud, am I getting punked? And then just got up and walked away.
It's the old George Carlin bit.
Yep.
Go sit next to someone at the movie theater. Hi. Well, certainly not long term. Now let's see if St. Pete can keep the Rays. Boy, Sternberg must be just a beaut when the mayor of your city comes out and goes, well, we're ready to move on without you. Oh, man. What up? Welcome back. We got 80s now, don't we? I even think where I am. Yeah, it's snowing where my mom is.
It's New Jersey. It's supposed to snow there.
I'm just saying I know, but she was in, Florida just hours ago. Boy, this long-term forecast, that looks pretty good. Pretty good.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this first Thursday of February. And man, is there an awful lot going on in sports that don't have a Super Bowl this week. How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. We got over the hump yesterday. Mark, how are you?
I'm very good, in a good mood. Had a good day yesterday. Had a lot of work to do, got it all done. Had an early softball practice, so we actually, as a family, ate dinner together for the first time this week. That was nice. So a good day. Daughter got a good night's sleep. Everybody at the home's happy. Watched a little hoop, watched a little hockey last night. In a good mood, fired up.
All right. All right. Yeah, how about you give the speech to the team today? Let's go out there.
Now, I've got the speech, and we will get to it later. I haven't decided when I want to get to this subject today, but we do have something that we will talk about later in the show. We got some fantastic hate text yesterday. I haven't received a hate text like this in a while. I'm happy about it. I'm fired up to talk about it, but I'm going to hold it at least until the 7 o'clock hour.
Wow. So some good hate.
Some good hate.
All right.
You're the embarrassing one.
I am?
Just like that. Well, we.
Oh, okay.
I mean, just want to let you know, we are the embarrassing ones.
Nice.
Right.
Did they leave name, phone number? I mean, so we could get together?
I get a phone number with everybody. I mean, that's the one thing when you text the show, 21,000, keyword Miller, I've got your number.
Cool. So we could get together and have brats and stuff.
Right.
You know, tip a few back and say, listen, I don't know if you were sober or a little drunk when you send this, but, now here I am. What do you say? All right. Good. So we got some good hate to look forward to a little bit later on in the show. Man, I'm not kidding. Boy, a lot went on in the sports world yesterday.
Yes, it did.
It doesn't involve Super Bowl 59.
And it doesn't involve actual games. Just a lot of stuff.
Just a lot of stuff. And listen, for many of you, the NBA season's going to end here in about 9 hours. But, man, what a week it's been. Got to give, for those of you who don't like the NBA, come on, a little respect. You cannot like someone or something, but still give them the respect they deserve. They know how to do a trade deadline.
Well, let me tell you something, David. They did a job this week. It's Super Bowl week.
Yes,
and
it is.
The NBA said to the NFL, oh, you want to take Christmas from us? Fine. We'll take the first half of your Super Bowl week. How do you like that?
Yeah. You can start to get the week back when you put people in the Hall of Fame on Thursday night. But up until then, man, we're going to take this week. We're going to shove it up here. Yeah. Uh-huh.
I mean, the NBA played hardball this week with the NFL and has won. I mean, think about that. It's Super Bowl week. And we've spent the majority of the week talking about NBA trades. And I don't mean Miller and Moulton because we haven't done it nearly as much as the national shows do.
Right. I mean, hell, we had 2 Super Bowl segments yesterday. We'll have 2 more tomorrow. Hell, we'll do the whole show in the Super Bowl tomorrow, but we have at least 2 guests already lined up. But, man, so, Mark, it's funny. We've learned over the years to not take everyone in sports at their word. And we also are willing to admit, despite our faults, which we're going to find out more about next hour with the hate texts and messages. But we know that people are lying. And sometimes it's obvious. But, Mark, it's funny. And I think it's this way with us in real life, so we shouldn't just come down hard on athletes. But Mark, it's funny what a little cash will do to get you to change your mind.
Right. Right.
And or the people and the places where you really want to go, they don't really want you.
And that is something Miller and Moulton can really relate to. We've been walked out of a building or two in our life.
We have. We've been asked to leave. We've been told to leave. We've been politely escorted out. We've been two hands shoved out. So we get it, Jimmy Butler. We do. We see you. We understand. It's funny, Mark. Remember, Jimmy wasn't going to sign a contract to stay in Golden State.
Yes, that's what was out there from his agent. He was not going to sign an extension with the Golden State Warriors because he wanted to play for the Phoenix Suns.
Right. And the problem is they can't get rid of Bradley Beal, so they don't have any room for him. Then Kevin Durant told Golden State, I've already played for you. I don't want to go back. And so Jimmy Butler said, tell you what, Golden State, if you add an extra year and a little bit more money to what I was going to make next year, you know what? I'm 35 years old. Okay, you got me. You want me for the rest of this year and 2 more? I can do it. Now, you got to throw a little on top, though. I'm going from Florida taxes to California taxes. So you got to throw a little something for the effort. But if you do that, okay. All right, I'll do it. But man, if you're a fan of the association, what an amazing 5 days it's been.
Absolutely, and they're not done yet.
No, got a few
there will
hours.
be more moves made.
Yeah.
But David, I got to tell you, if I'm a Miami Heat fan, of which you and I would say are kind of Miami Heat fans. We would rather they do well than bad, but we don't lose any sleep if they don't do well.
No, I like Riley a lot.
Right. I mean, we root for the Heat because we think from an organizational standpoint, they are a very good organization.
Yes. Yes. I like the fact that they have a way of doing things and they're pretty consistent about it. And they've been willing to stand up to superstars and say, no, this is how we do things here. And if you don't like it, don't come.
I think Riley and company got a haul for Jimmy Butler.
I do too.
I thought they won this trade by a lot. Was reading an ESPN Plus article this morning when I got up that gave the Heat a B+ and Golden State a B- on the trade. I don't think it's a B- trade for Golden State. I don't. Maybe they'll prove me wrong. They're barely a playoff team right now. Jimmy Butler's 35. I don't know how much he brings them. I certainly don't think they're a contender in the West now. They just may move from a play-in team to the bottom of the playoffs. If that. And I don't think that's the case, David.
Yeah, Mark, I don't even know if they're a play-in team. I got to be honest with you. I mean, right now, granted, they're 500. And it's them and 2 other teams that are 500, but they happen to be the odd team out. And Dallas is only a game above 500. So you got 4 teams for 3 spots within a half a game of one another. So, you win the right game, Mark, you can go from 11 to 8 in the West overnight. But the other thing is now you got San Antonio that's only like 2 games behind you, and they're coming. I think Portland's too far back, but they're like 9-2 in their last 11, and they're like 4 behind you. But I don't even know. To me, Golden State's in the play-in at best. At best. Now, I will say this, Mark. If somehow, some way you can become the 7 seed, you're looking at playing Memphis or Houston in the first round. I mean, that's the ticket. You don't want to be in the 8-9 where you're going to get Oklahoma City. you want to get into the 7-10, but you want to be the 7 because you want to say, oh, I can take out Memphis or Houston, and then we can go from there. I can make some noise if I can get that draw. But it's been a hell of a week for the NBA. They have had no trouble trading the best player on teams and the guy with the biggest salary on teams. I mean, I hope that other sports are watching the NBA going, well, hell, maybe we can figure out a way to do this. I mean, if they can do it, they got a cap. Okay. They got tax structures and they can do it. Maybe we can do it. Maybe we need to think outside the box a little bit more.
Well, we know hockey will have a field day. Baseball hasn't had the midseason trades in the last few years yet at the deadline that you and I are used to, David.
That, quite frankly, they should have. They should. Especially in baseball, because the postseason is so different from the regular season. That if true, you can, go away very quickly, but you can sneak in and go far.
So the NBA dominating Super Bowl week. Who would have thunk it?
Hall of Famers get announced tonight for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Have some serious first-time nominees. Got 5 of them. There are some who think all 5 are Hall of Famers. They obviously, all 5 aren't going to go in right out of the chute. Never mind all those that are waiting to go in, hoping that this is their year.
Yeah, I wonder how long it's going to be, if ever, if the Hall does what it did a few years ago. What was it, the
20.
when they had the 25th anniversary or?
No, I think it was just the beginning of the decade. In 2020, they decided to put 20 in.
And maybe they do it again at the beginning of the next decade. I mean, the backlog is starting to get to the point where really good players are not getting into the Hall of Fame.
They said they would never do it again, but, Jimmy Butler said he was never going to sign an extension in Golden State, Mark. Just saying, things change.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Pretty good show lined up for you today. Matt O'Hearn will join us in the 8 o'clock hour, and Alejandro Solana will join us to talk some Heat in the 9 o'clock hour. The starting 5 is 25 minutes away here on Miller and Moulton.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Only my first day. We've talked Super Bowl a lot. We've broken down the game 6 ways from sideways. I don't know how you can spend a whole week talking about this game. What are the storylines that we're missing? What storylines for the Super Bowl do you guys want us to talk about that we're missing?
You do know we're going to do 90% of the show tomorrow on the game, right? And well, congratulations, EB. So Price designed, you had enough time to come back and do laundry, right? I've had that. Come back. God, it's nice to be home. All right, throw everything in the laundry. Get a good night's sleep. Gotta go. There you go. Yep.
I went and had lunch with my wife yesterday because I had to go down to Marco. So I stopped and took my wife to lunch at a joint, at a little cube. The food was great. The service was great. I love this little restaurant. 2 people, lunch. She had a coffee, so that was expensive. She had a cafe con leche. That's probably $4. But 2 people for lunch. I had a salad with a lot of meat on it. It was delicious. Food was great. Before tip, $49. My salad was $24.
I hope it was a lot of meat.
It was. It was filling. I didn't eat much the rest of the day, but $24 for a salad. And I won't mention it because the food's great. I love the restaurant. I think the owner comes by. They do a great job. But that's Naples prices right there.
Mm-hmm.
It was a big salad. It was a Lane from Seinfeld big salad. It was a big salad. It had 2 kinds of meat on it. It was delicious. Delicious.
It's funny. I actually think the Mets need another bat, but they're going to try to fill it from within with their young guys. I would go get another reliever, a lefty preferably.
Yeah, Mission Barbecue's not cheap. Never has been.
I was happy Spitz.
Harold's, Paula, in South Fort Myers. Harold's in South Fort Myers. It's the best restaurant in Lee County, and I don't think it's close. Right, give me a couple seconds off the top here. I think I can make you laugh.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks for waking up with us, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. a lot of different subjects today on the show. Tomorrow will be almost exclusively Super Bowl 59 with guests to go along with it. But today we are going to kick a lot around, including Super Bowl 59. In fact, I am going to nominate it to be our Swamp Buggy Racist poll question. We'll get to that in a minute.
So last night, like I mentioned, my family had dinner together. That does not happen. My daughter has activities every damn night.
Right.
Every damn night.
Right. She's got an agent and a consultant and a PR firm. Right.
Just
We got a
no
lot going
NIL
on.
money yet, which I'm working on.
Right.
And that's the case for a lot of people that have kids. I see them at the ballpark. I know all these parents now, but we get home at dinner last night and I whip something up quickly and the three of us are sitting down and my wife says, "Do you know that today is National Chocolate Fondue Day?" And I take a bite of my chicken. I pause and I look at the two of them. I go, "Do you know today's National Fart Day?" And I'm just curious at 21,000, did any of you bring up National Fart Day to your spouse, your kids, to anyone?
We got a few in the Twitch chat room that I noticed yesterday in which people said, I needed a good laugh. Okay. I appreciate that you guys went down this road a little bit. I know you probably offended a few people when you did, but thanks for the laugh. I needed the laugh.
Daughter laughed. Wife did not think it was the right, appropriate thing to bring up at the dinner table.
She walked right into it, though. If you're
into it, I couldn't have drawn it up any better, David.
Oh no, you want them to go down that road first, in which you go, I can add a lane to this conversation. And it's an express lane. And you're either going to take the first exit ramp or we are going to go flying down this highway.
Got that right. I sat there and it was perfect because she said it as I'm taking a bite and I just looked at her like I was really into what she was saying.
Right.
Chewed my food, paused and said,
I got one.
Since we're on the subject.
And of course, your 10-year-old daughter's like, hey, anytime we can say fart at the dinner table, this is fantastic.
Exactly. She looked at me like, what did you just say?
Well, it's a different 4-letter word, honey.
So my first day in there says most of us are not in high school. We didn't. Yeah, well, I saw a meme a while back that talked about Gen Xers that we were 37 at 13 and we're 13 at 50. So I don't know what to tell you.
So our Swamp Buggy Racist poll question yesterday was, of the lead announcing crews in the NFL, which one's your favorite? There's 5 lead announcing crews. We only have room for 4 answers in our poll question. So we took Michaels and Herb Street out of the equation, in part because they can't do a Super Bowl. Amazon doesn't get a Super Bowl in the current TV deal. CBS, Fox, NBC, ABC, ESPN, they get the Super Bowl. So we put those 4 broadcasting crews, if you will, in the poll question. And I don't know if I believe it, but 69% of our audience says Buck and Aikman are their favorite broadcasting crew. And then Nance and Romo came in second at 13%.
Right. They love Buck and Moulton.
Tirico and Collinsworth came in third at 10%. And Tom Brady's got some impressing to do Sunday. He's got to change some people's opinion of him. Burkhardt and Brady got 8% of the vote. So here's what I nominate. And I don't know, Mark, it's essentially this. It's a similar question on back-to-back days. And I don't know if that's too lazy, if it's too easy. We could do something Pro Football Hall of Fame, put it up there for 12 or so hours before it gets announced tonight. Do you think so-and-so is a Hall of Famer? Whether we go Eli or we go Adam Vinatieri or we just pick somebody. But I was thinking for today, we asked people who are they rooting for in the game. Chiefs, Eagles, or I don't give a damn. And then tomorrow we ask people to pick who's going to win.
I would bet right now, if we go with the who you're rooting for, the I don't give a damn wins by a large majority.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
The only thing I was thinking, and this is vintage Miller and Moulton producing on air instead of spending any of the time that we had before the show discussing a poll question, of which we spent 0.0 seconds on.
Right.
But I was thinking of who has the most pressure on them in this Super Bowl.
Okay. Okay. And you're just going to Eagles or Chiefs?
No, I was thinking Sirianni,
Oh.
Hurts, Barkley. I'm trying to think who the four, Tom Brady. Who has the most pressure on them in this Super Bowl individually?
I like it. That's funny. Jalen Hurts, Tom Brady would be a pretty funny poll question.
Right.
Is there anybody with the Chiefs who has any pressure on them, though? I mean, when you've already got rings, so what? I mean, honestly, yeah, it's a bummer. It'll suck. They've lost the Super Bowl. They know what it feels like. Their key players do. But, I mean, if Mahomes or Kelsey or Andy Reid or Spags
I would say Andy Reid has the most pressure just because he's going for the three-peat. I know Mahomes is the quarterback, but Andy Reid's the guy. I think he has the most pressure of any of the Chiefs in trying to get this three-peat. But I'm with you. I think there's more pressure on Sirianni. There's more pressure on Hurts. There's more pressure on Barkley. I agree wholeheartedly.
I love the question, Jalen Hurts or Tom Brady, who has more pressure on them. I love that question.
We got a great comment in the Twitch chat room. The NFL refs have the most pressure on them.
Ooh. The more I think about it,
sir.
the more I think about it, the more I can't believe upon further review they didn't give Josh Allen and the Bills a spot. I mean, it didn't come up when it's close, and nobody said, guys, we've been getting grief all week that we give every benefit of the doubt to the Chiefs. You sure we can't give the Bills the line to gain here with 14 and a half minutes to go in the fourth quarter and just sit back and let this sucker play out?
I don't think that referees have ever, at any point in the history of sports, in a huddle said, we've gotten a lot of grief.
No. I'm talking about the league. No. I'm talking about the league. Okay. When that sucker left the field, they went to commercial break, which they never should have gone to. When they went to commercial break, they said it was going to review. Well, the league can get involved in the review. And I am shocked they didn't give the Bills the line to gain. If for no other reason than, for goodness sakes. Really? We're going to give the Chiefs we've taken grief all week. There are people who actually think our games are fixed. Just give the Bills the spot and let's keep moving on. I'm shocked, actually. So if I was a part of the NFL, I would have said, give them the first down. It's close. Okay. The other guy gives them the mark. This guy doesn't. We'll split the difference. Let's go. I know. It would never come up, right? But okay.
I mean, David, you're in a pressured situation with your crew doing games.
Mm-hmm.
They are in a high-pressured situation. I don't think they're thinking of these big picture items. They're thinking
no.
on what's happening in that moment.
Yeah, no, the refs aren't thinking about it. The replay official's not thinking about it, but the league gets involved sometimes. How could they not think about it during a commercial break? Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Core-Tech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I did not see that, Johnny Mac.
Oh, yeah. I saw it in the New York Post, actually.
How is this? This isn't Bonita Springs. How is this not on NBC2? What are they doing?
Well, is it possible because it's a few days old? Like I read it 2 days ago in the New York Post.
I'm just saying I never saw it on any of the local websites. I check them every day, several times a day.
Right. So I'm wondering if they had it up and took it down. But yeah.
She's kind of dirty hot too. For the record,
she's very unhappy with him.
I mean, she's got a little smirk in her mugshot. I mean, she's proud of throwing the brick.
I love the fact that she continued to deny it. And they're like, you do know we have it on video, right?
How did I miss this?
Totally, Shimko. Totally. Trust me, it will come up. They were married too. That wasn't a boyfriend-girlfriend thing. They were husband-wife. And now they're divorced, and she's throwing bricks through his window.
It was the first date brick, David.
I know. First off, they only met like 4 years ago. They met, dated, got married, and divorced. And she threw a brick through his window, all in like 4 years. That's a quick moving relationship. First date brick. It's a great story, though. In a good, bad, and ugly way, of course. Which quarterback has more pressure on him, Mark? Jalen Hurts or Tom Brady? I like that question.
Do we add the refs? That's the only thing.
Okay, we could ask that. Who has more pressure on them at Super Bowl 59? Jalen Hurts, Tom Brady, the refs. I like it.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. One of the best hate missives we have ever received. We will share with you coming up at the top of the hour. I didn't read it. Mark did. I can't wait to hear it.
It's, and I will say, I don't know if it's one of the best, because we used to get some spectacular hate email back in the day, and it's been a long time since someone, and my favorite part about it is they wanted to basically they wanted a response to make sure that I'm getting the text.
Did you respond?
Oh, yeah.
Did you respond the way you always respond?
I just said I got your text.
Come on. What happened to thanks for listening? I mean, you give that to everybody. That, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, if you get that back from Mark, since he's the one who controls our correspondence, if you get that back from Mark, that's the equivalent of you being fired, and we wish you all the best in your future endeavors. If Mark simply just texts you back, thanks for listening, that you've been fired, and we wish you all the best in your future endeavors.
That's a Southern lady saying, bless your heart. Is what it is.
Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is The Starting Five.
So 6 years ago, this guy's living out of his car in Waco, Texas, and now he's the offensive coordinator of the Jags. Okay, so he's not calling plays, but still. 29-year-old Grant Udinsky. Mark, what had you done at 29? This guy's an offensive coordinator of an NFL team.
Pretty impressive.
He was with the Vikings the last couple years. He is being given credit for doing the magic with Sam Darnold. So, all right, Grant. Listen, just work on your Duval, okay? It's important. Bengals, Trey Hendrickson, he's 30 years old. He had 17 and a half sacks last year, and he's entering the final year of his contract, and he says, listen, guys, it's new contract or trade me, okay? He goes, I want to win a Super Bowl with the Bengals, and whether you use me to do it or you use the draft picks you get for me to do it, just do it. Remember Goodell earlier in the week, the State of the League address in which he talked about the 18-game schedule? Yeah, the executive director of the NFLPA came out yesterday and said, and I quote, no one wants 18 games. No one. And then said, do you know all the things you would have to give us for us to give you an 18th game? And he starts going down the list. Okay, bye weeks, more guys on the roster, more guys on the practice squad.
You know what, Bull? You guys cave every damn time. You know what they've got to give you? More money.
Well,
all they've got to give you.
it's a new guy.
Prove me wrong.
Well, it's a new guy. All right. Lloyd Hewitt is his name. He did say something that I thought was interesting, though. First off, the current CBA, like the 18 games has to be negotiated with the players. They'd have to tear up or amend the current CBA. Well, the current CBA goes for 6 more seasons. It goes through the 2030 season. Okay? That's number one. Number two, there's a current cap on the international games, Mark, in the CBA. You know how Goodell's talking about, I want to do 16 international games, everybody play one? Yeah, look, there's a cap. Right now, the most international games the NFL can schedule in a season is 10. So even that has to be negotiated through the players. Speaking of international games, the NFL announced yesterday that they're going to Australia. Not this coming season, the 2026 season. The Rams are the designated home team.
That is their territory. I believe there's the Rams and one other team that have Australia.
And the Rams already know 7 of their 9 home games in 2026. Obviously, the 3 division opponents. But, Mark, the other 4 opponents, think about how sexy all of these games could be. The Cowboys, the Giants, the Chiefs, and the Chargers. Now, I doubt they'd send the Chargers, even though Harbaugh and the whole LA thing. And I don't think they'd send a division game to Australia. But, I mean, if you're the NFL and you're going to schedule this sucker, Cowboys, Giants, Chiefs are options. I mean, that's like, hey, they sent the Eagles and the Packers to Brazil. I mean,
No. The Rams and the Eagles have the marketing rights to Australia. I just think it'll be fascinating. The Rams will be the home team there, and it'll still have less fans rooting for them than whoever the opposition is, even in Australia.
16-hour time difference, by the way, between Melbourne and New York. So a 19-hour time difference between Melbourne and Los Angeles. So go forward. But if you think about it, that tells me that the game will be on either NBC, Amazon, or Monday Night Football. Because 8 p.m. is noon the next day in Australia. I don't see how you could do a 1 o'clock or a 4:25 start because, those games would be 5 a.m. or 8 a.m. So to me, it's going to be Thursday night on Amazon, okay, which it probably wouldn't be because of travel. So it's probably going to be Sunday night or Monday Night Football, the game in Melbourne. I would guess just because of the time difference. But who knows? Hall of Fame tonight, we find out the class of 2025. Eli Manning, Luke Kuechly, Terrell Suggs, Adam Vinatieri, all first-time eligible to go along with Mark, Jared Allen, Antonio Gates, Reggie Wayne, and Steve Smith, and others. Like you talked about, the logjam is significant. College football news, Ohio State going to promote wide receiver coach Brian Hartline to be their offensive coordinator. What an NBA trade deadline, and the deadline is still got 8 more hours to go. It's 3 o'clock today. So Jimmy Butler goes to Golden State after all. He agrees not to pick up his option for next year and signs a 2-year, $111 million extension beginning next year.
For a 35-year-old. What a waste of money. I'm sorry.
Andrew Wiggins, Kyle Anderson, a top 10 protected first-round pick in this year's draft. So let's just say Golden State doesn't make the play-in, and they're a lottery and they don't move up. The Heat could get like the 13th or 14th pick in this year's draft in this deal. Dennis Schrader was also in the deal. He ended up going to Utah. Miami gets P.J. Tucker in the deal, who has an expiring contract. Josh Richardson goes from the Heat to the Pistons. The Lakers acquired a good young big man, 23-year-old Mark Williams from Charlotte, which begs the question, what the hell's Charlotte doing giving him up? It's not like you got a bunch of good players. Although they did get Dalton Connect, Cam Reddish, a 2031 first-round pick that's not protected, and a 2030 pick swap. So the Lakers give up this year's first-round pick, Connect, the shooter from Tennessee, and they get Mark Williams, who's a 7-footer, averaging 16 points a game, and basically he's a pick-and-roll guy for Luka. They met with Luka, and Luka said, give me a big who can go to the rim and dunk. And so this is who they went and got for him. Pelicans traded Brandon Ingram to Toronto for 2 players and 2 picks. Milwaukee sent Chris Middleton to the Wizards for Kyle Kuzma. What the hell are the Wizards doing? Middleton's old and injured. What are you doing? Sacramento acquired Jonas Vasilevicius from the Wizards as well. Hey, he's a good player. He's got 2 years left on a contract. The Bulls re-signed Lonzo Ball for 2 more years at $20 million. He's actually been a really solid player for him this year after missing 3 whole years with injuries. The Heat went to Philly and beat the Sixers 108-101. Embiid didn't play because it was games on back-to-back nights. Tyler Hero with 30 for Miami. Give it up to the Magic.
They scored some points last night.
They did. Franz Wagner with 31. Paulo with 23. The Magic 130. It's a 111 over Sacramento. Darius Garland hit a logo 3 at the buzzer for the Cavs to beat the Pistons 118-115. De'Aaron Fox had 24 points, 13 assists, and apparently looked phenomenal for the Spurs, who edged Atlanta 126-125. I don't know why people want to go to Phoenix. The Suns suck. OKC beat them by 31 last night. SGA had another 50-point game. He's going to win the MVP, and most people don't even know who he is. Anthony Edwards at 49 for the Timberwolves. They beat the Bulls by 19. College hoops. Our system went 1-1 last night.
And we're thankful for that.
Yeah, we didn't like the matchups last night. Syracuse is awful, and, well, apparently this is how bad Syracuse is. They were losing by so much to Duke that ESPN went away from a Duke game. They switched off the Duke game to another game.
They had it covered at the half, and the spread was 17.5, David.
Duke won by 29, but Rutgers was getting 7.5, and they beat the Illini outright.
But their other player came back and played last night, so they had their 2 young guys both playing. All of a sudden, they look good.
Right. That's the team that everybody was talking about at the beginning of the year. That hasn't played together much. They beat Illinois by 11. Game of the night was in Knoxville. Vols came from behind second half to beat 15th-ranked Missouri 85-81. Memphis keeps rolling in the American. They beat Tulsa by 12. Michigan edged Oregon 80-76. The Wolverines back in the top 25. UCF lost by 10 to Cincinnati. North Alabama beat Austin Peay by 10. And my buddy Andy Enfield keeps racking up the road wins in the woeful ACC. SMU's got 18 wins. They're 18-5. They're like a bubble team. SMU's first year in the ACC football and basketball going pretty well.
The ACC's first year with SMU in it has stunk.
Right. But
Florida State's football fell apart. Miami choked at the end. The basketball conference is dreadful. Dreadful.
By the way, word is Richard Pitino to Miami when the season's over. That's being talked about a lot. Rick's kid taking the Miami job. Women's hoops, UCLA is 22-0. Big fourth quarter to beat 8th-ranked Ohio State by 13. The UCF and FAU women both lost. Hockey, Rangers with 2 in the third beat Boston 3-2. Edmonton an overtime win in Chicago 4-3. I told you yesterday, bet the LA Kings at home the rest of the year. They played 31 of their first 50 on the road. They are going to have a ton of home games, and they're a good team. They beat Montreal 6-3 at home last night. Baseball, the Mets re-signed Pete Alonso, 2 years, $54 million. He gets 30 for this year, and then he can, if he wants, opt out instead of playing for a paltry $24 million in 2026. And the mayor of St. Petersburg basically said to the Rays, well, not basically, he said it publicly, listen, we're ready to move forward on this project without you. We do not need a Major League Baseball team and a Major League Baseball stadium for the future of St. Pete. He said this out loud, by the way, on the record. He knew what he was saying. And golf, if you pay attention to the LIV, they got 4 golfers on a team, but they only counted 3 of the guys' scores every day. Now they've said, no. Everybody's score counts. No ham and egg anymore. Can't have one guy shoot 78. Everybody's score counts in the team competition. But the USGA gave a bone to the LIV yesterday.
Yes, they did, David. First of its kind since the LIV has been in existence.
They're going to allow a path for guys on the LIV tour to automatically qualify to the U.S. Open, and at the very least, to advance 1 or 2 stages of qualifying. So the USGA making nice with the LIV. So there. And at 8 minutes before the hour, that was the starting 5. 5 big stories in the LIV you needed to know here on Miller and Moulton. Speaking of the LIV, they're playing what? Under the lights in Saudi Arabia?
Yes. Whole tournament is under the lights. No expense for that.
Well, I mean, Saudi Arabia.
I know.
I mean, the Dodgers think Saudi Arabia has a lot of money. I mean,
And the Dodgers are right.
So we'll finalize the Swamp Buggy Racist poll question. And when we come back, we're going to find out how much we suck.
We suck. We suck. I cannot express it enough. We don't like certain teams.
Okay.
In fact, we hate certain teams.
Wow.
And we suck.
Well, people have known that for years. But, okay. All right. Good to know. Miller and Moulton, how much we suck coming up. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Rick agreed to do those 2 days in March.
Oh, great.
So who has more pressure on them for Super Bowl 59? Jalen Hurts, NFL refs, Tom Brady.
Love it.
Done. Posted. I wish I would have thought of this line when you were going through your NFL, give him the call. A texter says, so he's literally saying they should fix the game to prove that the games are not fixed. LOL.
Right.
I wish I'd have had that line.
No system play tonight, Ambient, because Ohio State's favored. See, it's ranked team on the road who's favored against unranked team at home who's an underdog. Ohio State is unranked, but they're a favored at home. Now, I will say, you'll do pretty well if you take, in this situation, take Ohio State also. Okay, there's like you would have lost by a half a point, but UCLA was favored at home against Michigan State. I mean, when they make the unranked team a favorite at home, they're telling you they're going to win. And when it's a small line like this, you might as well just take Ohio State in the money line. Or, I'd make both bets, to be honest. I'd lay the 2.5 into the money line. So no system play tonight. We're 1-2 on the week. And we're not going to have a system play Friday either. So let's see how many we're going to get Saturday. Ooh, 1, 2. Do you think Michigan at Indiana Saturday? Who do you think will be favored?
Wow. It's going to be within 2 points, whatever it is, David.
K-State will be underdog at home against Kansas. Colorado will be an underdog at home against Houston. I don't know if Minnesota will be an underdog at home against Illinois. Clemson will be an underdog at home against Duke.
Ugh.
I know. But we'll have some system plays on Saturday. Saturdays become the money day in the system. Yep, Florida at Auburn. On ESPN2, by the way.
Ooh, I like that game.
Saturday at 4.
I didn't even put on the Tennessee game last night, and I don't know why. I watched your hockey game was pretty good.
It was.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton Coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this first Thursday of February. The countdown is on to Super Bowl 59. Thanks so much for being with us, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. There's a lot of meat on the bone today. There's a lot of juicy subjects. We will talk some Super Bowl, but the NBA has gone nuts, and there's still 8 hours left in the trade deadline. The mayor of St. Petersburg has basically said to the Rays, we can live with you, we can live without you. Make up your damn mind.
Blank or get off the pot.
Yep.
That's really what the mayor said yesterday.
Don't care either way. All righty then. Orlando's sitting there going, we care. We'll kiss your butt, Stu, if you want that. And along those lines, Matt O'Hearn will join us in a little over 90 minutes to talk about Orlando and just how real is their dream of getting a Major League Baseball team.
See what you did there.
Yep. Thank you. I'm a professional, Mark.
To some people. To others, you're just a hack.
Thank
and
you.
So am I.
Thank
and
you.
Let's get to that because we received a text message. Looks like about 7 hours ago. So right around midnight.
Oh, wow.
Is when this person decided it's time to text the show.
You guys suck.
Starts out with, says, Mark, please verify that I am through the text guard gate and you are receiving this. I have been stewing since last Friday over David's diatribe about the Gators and how embarrassing it is for you guys that we don't pay homage to Urban Meyer. I am a Gator, and you guys are Gator haters.
Oh, my goodness. Okay.
However, my favorite line of the whole text. However, you guys seem somewhat intelligent. And I would like to change your position on how you guys feel about Gator fans. You guys are the embarrassing ones.
Okay.
For not understanding the entirety of the situation and trying to see things from our perspective.
Did he go on to give his perspective?
No.
No?
No, it's just basically we're embarrassing.
Okay, that's been established.
And how embarrassing it is. And I will say the line he uses in here, I think is wrong. He says, the Gators and how embarrassing it is for you guys that we don't pay homage to Urban Meyer. It's not embarrassing for us.
No, we think it's embarrassing for you.
Right.
We think it's a bad look for you.
And we're not getting, the only thing I text back says, got the text. We're not Gator haters. Not close.
At all. At all. I loved Tim Tebow before his current wife did. I was a huge Tebow fan. And I love the HBC.
Love
him.
Love.
Wish he was my coach. I loved him in South Carolina too. I really did. I love Spurrier. I don't know. But then again, I love Bowden too. And people are like, how could you like them both? I love them both. Loved how different they were. Loved them.
We are weird in this respect.
We are.
David and I like the Knowles, we like the Gators, and we like the Canes.
Yep.
We like all of them. Want all of them to be back to a level that their fan bases would be excited about.
We want the 90s back. That's what we want. The early 2000s and the early to mid 90s. That's what we want back.
We want the same thing you want. You just have, I believe, a problem with history. and that you don't give Urban Meyer the respect he deserves as your head coach. He's a hired gun.
Right. That's the part that I think you forgot. At the time, you couldn't get rid of Zook fast enough. You would just, we got to go back to winning again. Can we go back to winning like we did under Steve? And you went and you got Urban. And guess what? He got you right back to winning again. He beat the hell out of Florida State. He beat the hell out of Tennessee. He beat the hell out of Georgia. You went to 3 SEC title games. You won 2 of them. You won 2 natties. Well, what the hell more did you want? What, you wanted to like the guy? You wanted him to be a nice guy? Okay.
Most breakups end badly. They do.
I mean, you didn't say that when you were getting rid of Zook. You didn't say you wanted to like your next coach. You didn't say you wanted him to be the type of guy that your daughter would marry. You said, I wanted to win. Give me a winner, please. We got to go back to winning.
So there are a lot of other things to talk about today, but to us, it's an oldie but a goodie.
Yes.
And I wanted to bring up the fact that, I want texters to understand, one, that we read all their texts.
Yes, we do.
I respond to a great deal of them.
Thanks for listening.
And I never say that anymore. I am trying, as we have grown in these acts, I am trying very hard not to be a sarcastic blankety blank to our listeners. I'm now leaving yelling at the listeners to David doing it during the commercial breaks for our Twitch chat room.
And I have been yelling lately.
Yes, you have.
I got chastised by Mark one day. Could you stop yelling at the people in the Twitch chat room?
He yelled at him before the show. I waited 4 hours. We finished the promo. We're off the air. It's just David and I. said,
you do it again.
I don't want to yell at the P1s.
He wasn't that nice about it. Okay. That's how he ended it. That was like, take this message with you. The beginning of it was, if you do it again, I'll stab you in the neck.
It took him a day to do it again.
Maybe
2.
I thought I waited till the end of the week.
You had a hell of a week last week.
I really did.
Really did. You know what?
Well,
what we needed last week was the mayor of St. Pete. Because that guy's one of your people right there.
Totally.
No that guy is someone you would get along with, David.
Ken Welch, Mayor St. Pete. All right. I need to absentee ballot and vote for him again for the first time. I love him. All right. He came out yesterday and he said, we're ready to move on. This was his State of the City address. This is Goodell at the Super Bowl, State of the League.
Wait a minute. Mayors do a State of the City address?
Well, I think they should. Hell, I think they should every week. Okay. I mean, personally, as a voter, as a taxpayer, yeah. So, that the State of the City thing. Yeah. Uh-huh. Let's say we will not pursue the deal at any cost. The greatness and future of St. Pete does not depend solely on this deal, and I am confident we have given this endeavor our very best effort. It's an effort and a process we can all be proud of. And he flat out said, we can move on without the raise. We put forth our $600 million to the $1.3 billion stadium. All right. If you don't want it, you don't want to stay, that's fine. We'll save the money. We'll put it towards something else with that land. Which he didn't say, but I'm sure he could. We could make a lot more money off that land without you. So the Rays have until the end of March to finally or get off the pot. The Rays said they're going to make that decision much sooner than that.
Right. I mean, they alluded to it, and Sternberg alluded to it, that it would be soon. Like the way he talked about it, that I would expect an answer by the end of February, not the end of March.
He said in late January, we'll decide how we want to proceed at that point, well before that point. Basically, the mayor of St. Pete's kind of like, what the hell do you have to decide? You could decide now. We agreed on the plans. We came up with our end of the financing. Sorry, the hurricane got in the way. Suck it up.
Now, you can blame St. Pete for one thing. They changed the insurance on the Trop to nickel and dime their insurance and save money that's costing them dearly in refurbishing the Trop. That's on St. Pete.
Totally. It's going to cost them millions, tens of millions, and that's on them. And the people of St. Pete should hold those people who made that decision accountable at the ballot. But that doesn't affect Stu.
Speaking of voting, we have a poll question up. It's our Swamp Buggy Races poll question. Who has more pressure on them for Super Bowl 59? Jalen Hurts, the NFL refs, or Tom Brady?
Oh, I like it. I like it. It's Brady's 11th Super Bowl. And boy, does he need a win. Needs to change a lot of hearts and minds, Mark.
Our poll question yesterday was, who was your favorite A team, if you will, of the NFL broadcasters? Brady and Burkhardt finished dead last. 5-6% of the vote.
I think they got 8 ultimately. Yes. Not good. Not good. So, I mean, Tom's going to get paid no matter what. But, Tom wants people to like him.
Absolutely. Is he going to get paid and then panned on Monday morning?
What's interesting is Brady's trying to have it both ways with the Raiders. Brady, when asked about his role with the Raiders, basically said, I'm like an advisor, which is funny because everybody who's been hired by the Raiders in the last week and a half has been like, oh, no, Tom's been like hands-on all over it. And Brady's trying to make it seem like, well, they keep me in the loop when I throw in my 2 cents and, just trying to, help if I can. And everybody else is like, oh, no, I was talking to Tom directly. Oh, no, we're doing what Tom wants.
Does anybody out there think that Brady's fingerprints aren't all over every single hire they make?
Anybody think Brady threw tens of millions on the table and said, guys, take care of it. All right, just keep me informed. If you lose my Fox money, you lose it. It's okay. Giselle's moved on without me. I'm good. Miller and Moulton. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners. The world-famous Cigar Bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous Cigar Bar. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Did you see this story out of Philly of the 10-year-old boy that basically when the plane hit, he was in the car with his dad and his young sister, and the kid grabbed his sister, yelled, "Get down," covered up his younger sister. He's 10, took a piece of glass in the head, had emergency brain surgery. They told the family he might not make it. Kid's doing fine. Apparently woke up from the surgery and thought he missed the Super Bowl. That was one of his first questions. Did I miss the Super Bowl?
Wow. That poor sister. She's going to have to say yes to everything he wants.
Holy crap. Apparently, the bobsled and luge and skeleton courses are so bad in Italy
They have no snow.
that there's talk of moving them to Lake Placid for the Olympics.
Oh, my goodness. That'd be amazing, by the way.
The Barstool Sleeper, the one thing I'll tell you is that the Rays ratings on television are very good. Very good. Marlins are not, but the Rays are good.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our Swamp Buggy Races poll question. Go to SwampBuggy.com, by the way. Get your tickets now for the races first weekend of March. Final races of the season. SwampBuggy.com. So, who has more pressure on him in Super Bowl 59? Jalen Hurts, the officials, or Tom Brady?
I voted the officials. Throughout these playoffs, the officials have been a big story. Certainly when it comes to the Chiefs, they've been a gigantic story. And I think we really need a game in which on Monday we're not talking about a call.
I think it's Hurts. First off, I know it's his second one in 3 years, but can't guarantee how many more of these suckers you're going to be in. And if they lose, I feel badly for him. He played great 2 years ago. Great. Arguably the best performance by a quarterback in a Super Bowl who didn't win. In fact, I'd be hard-pressed to come up with one that was better. He was great 2 years ago. But you don't get your due unless you win that game. And if by chance they come up on the short end this time, is the narrative going to be, well, they can't win the big one with them. Tua had to bail his ass out in college. Okay, and now, he can get you to the big game, but he can't win it for you. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's fair or accurate. These things get said about you and they stick. So I'm going to vote Hurts. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Hey, can I just kind of go back and sidebar it all at the same time? We just did the thing about the mayor of St. Pete, basically saying to the Rays,
make a decision.
Yeah. Tampa St. Pete's now the 11th biggest market in the country. It's the biggest market in the state. For the longest time, Miami-Fort Lauderdale was the biggest market in the state. Miami-Fort Lauderdale is actually only the third biggest market in the state now. The Orlando area is considered the second biggest market in the state. Now, they add in Daytona into Orlando, which is, 50 miles away, but the Orlando market's considered the 15th biggest market in the country. Tampa St. Pete's considered number 11. Now, they jam Sarasota in with Tampa St. Pete. But you want to know why baseball really wants it to work? It's because it's TV market 11. It's also why Orlando may have more legs as either a fallback for the Rays or as an expansion city. Mark, mention the cities that Orlando would compete with for a franchise. Nashville, right?
Charlotte, Nashville, Portland.
Right. Okay, Nashville. And Nashville is growing. My goodness, is Nashville grown. Yeah. Orlando's 15. Nashville's 26. Portland's 23. Charlotte's 21.
Look, if they don't get the Rays, David, I don't think Orlando has any. How could you give Orlando an expansion franchise with a franchise in Tampa? How can Charlotte not get a franchise that Atlanta's held them out for all those years? And you're literally going to put two franchises within 100 miles and one doesn't draw? Why would you do that?
You got franchises in D.C. and Baltimore. I'm not even going to get into the 2 in L.A., 2 in Chicago, 2 in New York, obviously, because of the size of those cities. But I mean, you got one in Baltimore, one in D.C.
I'm talking about expansion. The fact that they got one in Washington amazed me. That was hard to do.
It was, and it was a bad business deal for the Nats. The Orioles.
Horrible business deal. Great one for the Orioles.
Right.
Because they were on the same network and the Orioles owned the network.
Listen, and we're going to have Matt O'Hearn to talk about Orlando and their effort to now get into the game of Major League Baseball in a little more than an hour. I don't think the clock, if you will, is working for Orlando. Like, the Rays have to, or get off the pot by the end of March. Well, if they say yes, then it's over. The Rays are staying in St. Pete. Also, if the Rays don't take the deal by March 31st, we're led to believe now by the mayor of St. Pete, well, then we're moving on. Well, then that means the Rays need a place to play in 3 years. Well, Orlando can't build a place in 3 years, although I guess they could play at the minor league stadium like they are now in Tampa while the stadium is built. But then also, then what? The Rays are going to try to get somebody from Tampa involved, or they're going to get other cities involved. But if March 31st comes and goes, you tell me, Mark, does Stu have the leverage because he owns the franchise, or does he lose the leverage?
Long as he owns the team, I still think he has a great deal of leverage.
Okay.
I mean, that is, there are only so many teams and so many owners. I would have to think that controlling those purse strings is important.
And we're of the belief that Orlando won't win head-to-head against Nashville, that Nashville's more organized. And also, think about what Nashville's doing right now. They're building a domed stadium for an NFL team, one that is going to then get a Super Bowl. Even though Orlando is 11 market sizes bigger, what city then sports-wise feels bigger? Not for vacation, but for sports.
And when the one thing, the market of Orlando is bigger. The population of Orlando proper pales in comparison. They're adding a lot to that. And I know that's all the driving distance, but if you put a team, if the Rays move to Orlando, that's one thing. But do you think anybody from Tampa is driving to Orlando to see a Rays game? They're dead to that market if they leave. Dead.
Especially the time of day that you have to make that drive to go
Right.
play. Maybe they'd go on a weekend. Maybe go do a park on Saturday, stay over, catch the game on Sunday, and drive home.
That one to me cracks me up. And I can't wait to talk to Matt about it, because I know Disney's Wide World of Sport is there, and they've got a lot of tournaments and a lot of youth things going on. I've got to go there for a damn gymnastics meet coming up in a couple of weeks.
You sound happy about it.
It's the judging, David. It's not the meet. I love watching my daughter perform. It took longer for them to give the awards than it took for the entire event.
I'm well aware.
You've been through this.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
Uh-huh.
But I don't see, and I said this earlier, and I know I'm repeating myself, the guy with the Mickey Mouse ears isn't going to a baseball game.
I agree. For what it's worth, by the way, Dallas is now the number 4 market in the country. Remember growing up, it was New York, LA, Chicago, Philly. And then San Francisco and Philly were battling who was 4, who was 5. Philly's 5. San Francisco, Oakland, San Jose is down to 10, by the way. Dallas is 4. Houston is 6. Do you remember the size of Atlanta where they got the Olympics? And everybody was like, wow, you're giving the Olympics to Atlanta? Yeah, the Atlanta metro area is number 7 right now in our country. Phoenix is up to 12. And that doesn't include Tucson, by the way. So that's why Gary Bettman always wanted a hockey team in Phoenix.
Absolutely. And who's moved to Phoenix? There's a lot of northern transplants in that area, but hockey never took hold. Our poll question, our Swamp Buggy Races poll question, who has more pressure on them for the Super Bowl? Jalen Hurts, the NFL refs, or Tom Brady? Go to Miller_Moulton to vote.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at @MarkMiller or me at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yes, Irish football. There are men that wear Mickey Mouse ears. Yes, there are. Disney is its own weird animal, man. What would Sternberg be able to sell the Rays for?
Well, you always get more than what they're worth. I'm guessing he would get $1.5 billion. But we talked, RCB, that if I'm Nashville or what have you, it's cheaper to buy the Rays than it is to get an expansion team. So I would buy the Rays. We think Major League Baseball is going to ask for $2 billion as an expansion fee. I think at most the Rays would go for is like 1.7, 1.8. And remember, you get the whole organization and all the players in it.
By the way, Michigan's NIL department must have really got their stuff together.
Mm-hmm.
Because they just signed that lineman that had committed to Alabama. But I
Well,
read an article that Underwood was not the highest paid recruit of the offseason. A lineman to Tennessee got more money than Underwood.
It's okay. A kid left Ohio State, a 4-star tackle, narrowed it down to Maryland or Florida State, signed with Maryland yesterday. They had the best recruiting class they've ever had, for whatever that's worth.
Uh-oh. Take a guess at week 5 TGL numbers?
I don't even know who played last night. Although Rory played, I thought.
It was LA and Boston. I don't know who's on either team. I did not think that Rory was on that.
Okay.
But they were on after Ole Miss and Kentucky.
Oh, I bet they didn't do well. I'm going to go 7-14.
Yeah. Lower.
Whoa.
By a lot.
Not good.
544.
Yeah, not good.
Rory is on Boston?
I thought I heard that his schedule was TGL, Pebble, TGL.
All right.
But I have no idea what team he's on. I was just reading an article in which they said his travel was TGL.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Matt O'Hearn, 1 hour from now. Talk about just how serious Orlando is about getting a Major League Baseball team, possibly the Rays. Alejandro Solana to begin our bonus hour. Huge NBA trade deadline, and the deadline's still got about 8 hours to go. Jimmy Butler ends up in Golden State. Heat end up with a first-round pick, Andrew Wiggins. Got rid of that whole drama. I think for the rest of this year, though, they're like above the tax line. They're going to be a tax team unless they can unload somebody in the next 7-8 hours, which is something the Heat try to avoid being. But they can dump a lot of salary after this year and, give themselves a lot of flexibility moving forward. And right now, they would get a mid-first round pick from Golden State because Golden State's not making the playoffs. And so they would get their pick. So we'll see how it turns out. We'll talk a little Heat with Alejandro Solana in a little more than an hour. Our poll question, who has the most pressure on them? Swamp Buggy Races poll question. Go to swampbuggy.com. Jalen Hurts, the refs, Tom Brady. Who has the most pressure on him in Super Bowl 59? Mark voted the refs. I voted Hurts. Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton, and vote.
There are really only 3 bets to make when it comes to the MVP of the Super Bowl, based on the odds. Mahomes is basically even money, plus 105. You're not making anything off of betting on Mahomes to be the MVP. Barkley's at plus 275. So a $100 bet would get you $275. Jalen Hurts is plus 360. Then it's Kelsey at plus 1,800.
Yeah, that's the bet to make. That's the bet to make. The Eagles have not covered the tight end in the playoffs. Rams tight ends caught 10 passes. Zach Ertz caught 11 passes. I mean, that's the wager to make right there. And that, to me, is the most interesting X and O, Mark, part of this game.
Absolutely.
The Eagles, with the way they normally play defense, will get carved up by Kelsey and Mahomes. So to us, we think they're going to have to change how they play defense. What are they going to do? Are they going to put one specific person on him? Gardner Johnson, a linebacker? Are they going to try to bracket him? Tough to do. They move 87 all around. It's tough to do. You're better off doing like what the Bills did. Milano, follow him. And they held him, I think, to 2 catches for like 17 yards or something like that. Houston didn't do a good job.
And you look at what the Eagles have been giving up to tight ends the last few games and really the whole season.
And you figure this is a bad matchup for the Philly defense. One that the Chiefs have no trouble exploiting.
One of the things that Pat told us on Tuesday after talking to Mahomes and Kelsey at Media Day is that, when they asked Kelsey if he turns to block for Mahomes when he runs, and he said never, because I never know when the ball's coming. Until he's crossed the line of scrimmage, I don't even think about turning around. And that's where they make a lot of plays. And you wonder, with Philadelphia probably not blitzing a lot, if there are lanes to escape for Mahomes, how successful will he be running the football and then running to the line of scrimmage and making the plays that he often does?
And Philly counts on their front four to a large degree supplying the pass rush. They got burned by that philosophy in the Super Bowl 2 years ago. Different defensive coordinator, but Vic's philosophy is similar. Not universal, though. Vic at times has thrown in the blitz in the playoffs more than he did during the regular season. So to me, Mark, I think I know how Spags is going to defend the Eagles. Not saying that I'm confident they're going to be successful, but I think I know how he's going to defend them. I mean, wouldn't you try to defend the Eagles' running game the same way you defended the Ravens' running game? And they blitzed the hell out of the Ravens. If I said Raiders, I apologize. Ravens. Last year in the AFC Championship game, this year in the regular season. They blitzed Baltimore. They said to Lamar, going to have to beat us throwing, big fella. Now, it's dangerous to do that to Jalen. He damn near did it to Spags and the Chiefs 2 years ago.
Devontae Smith in 3 games against the Chiefs has done really well. It's the one prop I'm looking at. He's had 6 catches in each of the 3 games he's played against the Chiefs. The over-under on targets for him is 6.5. It's a prop that I like. He's been able to get yards. A.J. Brown's talked about a lot, but they have 2 great receivers. Smith has done better.
Which is interesting because if I were the Chiefs, I would put my best corner on Devontae. I would double team AJ and make them go to Goddard to beat me, or Saquon out of the backfield.
Which they don't throw to him a lot. He's a good receiver, but they don't use him in that role a lot. You wonder if with all those run blitzes, if early they're going to try a few screens to Barkley to get him past that.
So if Miller and Moulton are going to geek out on the Super Bowl a little bit, we're geeking out on, we're curious what the 2 highly acclaimed defensive coordinators, maybe the 2 best in the league, what's their approach going to be?
And I mean, they're basically telling you what's 48.5 has been the over-under, right?
Yeah.
So 25-24 is your final. It's a 1-point spread.
Right. I mean, if you want to go crazy because the original line was 2 and the original over-under was 49, maybe this game goes as high as 26-24, give or take a point. Remember, when they played 2 years ago, the game was 38-35. Don't know if it matters. Eagles are undefeated on artificial turf this year. Eagles averaging 29 points a game since the bye week. They had an early bye. I mean, Mark, I don't know about you, but based on the over-under, I don't think that's enough points to win this game for either team.
I agree wholeheartedly. Don't you think the winner has to get to 30?
Yes.
Either side.
I certainly think the winner needs to get to 27, which would still, based on the spread and the money line, lead you to a small over. Now, are we biased by what we saw against the Bills? Remember, the Chiefs actually moved the ball and scored points, something they have not consistently done this year. And should we go, Eagles defense better than Buffalo?
Much better.
So, you need to start thinking differently. Oh, okay.
And much better on the back end, too. I mean, they're better everywhere, but they're better than Buffalo was on the back end. They can cover the Kansas City receivers going single coverage most of the game.
There have been big games lately in which teams have lost to the Chiefs and they have kicked themselves because they didn't run the ball enough. Last year's AFC title game, the Ravens. This year's AFC championship game, the Bills. I mean, the tailback got 14 carries and he was averaging 6.5 yards a carry. Why didn't they give it to him more? If Saquon Barkley starts off getting 6.5 yards a pop, how many carries do we think Saquon's going to get in this game?
27.
So that, for those who are picking Philadelphia, I think part of the reason is they think Philly, if they start running effectively, will not stop.
The question is that you're talking about Barkley averaging 6 a carry where it's, 4, 8, 6, 10, 2. A lot of Barkley games are 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 56. Will Philadelphia, if he doesn't have the home run in the first quarter and they struggle running the football early, will they have the patience, David, to continue to pound the rock, knowing deep down that eventually Barkley will break through?
I think yes, because I think deep down they know, Mark, they can't beat the Chiefs if Hurts has to throw 35 times. That it just won't work. That we need to pound the rock. You look for the 6 seconds of truth, and all these interviews that guys are given they're just fulfilling their media obligations. They're being nice. Sometimes they're trying to be a little flippant, have some fun, just to give a little different material, just so that they're not bored with what they're doing. But there was an interview, Mark, on Monday. 2 Eagles offensive linemen, and they were being interviewed, and they were asked a very simple question about, hey, are you going to be able to run the ball against these guys? And they looked at one another, and they smiled and looked at the camera, and the one lineman said, oh, we're going to be able to run the ball.
In the interview I listened to with Barkley, one of the things that impressed him this year, I mean, think about it. This is a guy that ran for over 2,000 yards. When talking about his offensive line, was all the different ways that they can block. That whatever scheme you want to run from an offensive line perspective, Philadelphia can do it. You want to pull guys, they do it. You want a zone block, you can do it. You want to line up and power run, they can do it. But that offensive line has the ability to attack a defense many different ways in the run game.
I don't know if it matters, but I remember also when Saquon was with the Giants, he had an amazing game in that stadium. Amazing. Don't know if that matters, but it's been made a big deal of in the past, the whole field condition. I will say this, with the game being indoors, remember how the Phoenix game, the Chiefs had a big edge on special teams? They got a defensive score in the game off an Eagles fumble, and Tony had the 2 big returns, which set up 2 scores. I mean, the Eagles made the big game-changing plays, not necessarily on offense, to win that Super Bowl. With the game being indoors on turf, I wonder how much special teams will even be a part of this game, Mark.
David, let me ask you 3 questions to support your point, because I'm totally with you and was going to bring that up. How many run backs do you think there will be in the game? Kick returns that are run back and don't go automatically to the 30. Over, under 1.5.
Under.
I'm with you. Number of punts. Over, under 2.5.
I'll go over because, each team getting one stop. And so, I think the number of punts in the game will be between 4 and 5.
Okay. So there's opportunities there.
Yes. I think the defenses will get a couple stops.
And lastly, don't we agree that Kansas City has the better kicker in this game?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, a couple of years ago, they were even, but Elliott's had a rough year. Yeah.
So if special teams are a factor, we think it's going to be punt returns and field goals. Because I don't think there's going to be, I'd be surprised if there's a return in the game.
Edge Kansas City, by the way, if special teams are a factor in this game. They got the better return guy, and they've got the better kicker. But I'll be surprised if special teams is as big a factor in this Super Bowl between these two teams as it ended up being 2 years ago. Miller and Moulton. Matt O'Hearn's going to join us in 45 minutes to talk about Orlando, Major League Baseball, and we'll talk a little NBA trade deadline in our bonus hour. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Canada Relief, they true, but they also had an inferior offensive line.
This is interesting. I follow the Monday Q Info account on X, and they retweeted the LPGA media. First tee starting times at the Founders Cup are delayed due to fog. The 10th tee starting times are unaffected.
Yinzer, when all the other guys make it, like Ralph Hay, Mike Holmgren, Sterling Sharp, Jim Tyre, Maxie Baughan, when they get pushed through to the very end, I expect them all to then get voted in. But yes, the Tyre candidacy is controversial.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
We are halfway home, at least in the 239 and the 904. It is the final hour of the show in Lake City and surrounding areas, Charlotte County and surrounding areas. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Nick O'Hearn to join us in a little more than a half an hour. We'll talk a little Miami Heat 1 hour from now with their pre- and post-game host, Alejandro Solana, to join us. Heat with a major trade yesterday. Jimmy Butler now in Golden State. Andrew Wiggins with the Heat. You may not like this, but I'm sorry. It's very timely. So you got to give me a few minutes. At least that's my story, and I'm hoping you'll stick with it.
Very timely.
Very
Let's see.
timely.
Super Bowl week.
Right.
Pro Football Hall of Fame's announcing their selections tonight.
NBA trade deadline's 3 o'clock today.
Yes,
Hall of Fame's tonight. Of the two, which do you think I want to talk about?
I hope it's the Hall of Fame.
And it is. So, first off, I think Eli's getting in based on Schefter's post on X yesterday, that Eli Manning already knows whether or not he's in or not, which I have to admit bothered me.
Thank you. I mean, we've watched so many of these players. Doesn't matter the sport. When they get the call football, they knock on the door.
Right. We thought they knocked on the door only like a few hours before we found out
Right.
whether or not they were getting in. Now, apparently, they do it days in advance. So, my guess is he knows he's going in because somebody's knocked on the door, right?
That makes sense.
I mean, you don't know if you're getting, you're waiting for the knock on the door, right? If you're not getting in, right? Is that anyway? But I did think about this recently. For those who don't think Eli's a Hall of Famer, and I'm not an Eli apologist just because he quarterbacked my team, because I know in the regular season Eli was not a Hall of Fame quarterback. He wasn't. Eli was not a Hall of Fame quarterback in the regular season. Eli is one of the 5 greatest quarterbacks of all time in the playoffs, but Eli's not a Hall of Fame quarterback in the regular season. I mean, Phillip Rivers had a much better regular season career than Eli Manning. Ben Roethlisberger had a far superior regular season career than Eli Manning. That's just from his own draft class. Never mind the Matt Ryans and the Matthew Staffords and what have you. I mean, they're far better regular season quarterbacks than Eli Manning. But Mark, think about all the pressure we're putting on Lamar and Josh and what have you. It's to do what? It's to take down Mahomes and beat greatness. Mark, upon further review, if you're against Eli Manning going into the Hall of Fame, those 2 playoff runs and those 2 exclamation points at the end of those playoff runs. And I could make the case and talk about his other playoff games in which he played really well in all but one of them. But forget that. I mean, Mark, Tom Brady lost 3 Super Bowls. He lost 2 of them to Eli, in which Eli late did what Josh Allen just couldn't do, what Lamar has been unable to do. I mean, don't you, if you're against voting for Eli Manning in the Hall of Fame, doesn't him taking down Brady, since no one right now is seemingly able to take down Mahomes except for Brady, doesn't that strengthen Eli's Hall of Fame case even more than you think it should?
I always go to the simple question for Hall of Famers. Can you tell the story of the game without them being in the Hall? And I think the 2 games you bring up, David, are so big in the history of the National Football League that it exemplifies why Eli should be in. He may have been, by the way, who was the better playoff quarterback, Eli or Peyton?
Oh, Eli.
Yeah. Right.
I mean, Peyton's the better player,
Oh,
but
that's
right.
not an argument. That's not what
Right.
I asked. I didn't.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, Eli.
Like this texter says, Eli doesn't get in if his brother isn't Peyton and his father isn't Archie. I disagree.
Now, remember, there's very few quarterbacks with 2 rings who don't get in. And I know those are going to say, what about Jim Plunkett? No, I'm with you. I'm with you. Now, is Jim Plunkett? Now, I would argue Eli Manning had a better career than Jim Plunkett. Jim Plunkett had some real downs. But if you want to argue Jim Plunkett, you should bring up Kurt Warner. That's the guy you should attach yourself to argue Plunkett's candidacy. Talk about guys who had ups and downs at the beginning, in the middle, and what have you. And Plunkett, who had huge downs in the middle, was Rookie of the Year, oh, by the way. And then obviously was the quarterback on 2 Super Bowl winning teams. And he doesn't get any credit for either win. So the Hall of Fame tonight. You and I are assuming Eli's going in, right?
Yes.
Okay. You need 80% of the vote to get in, which is even more than Major League Baseball when you need 75%. It's a 50-person selection committee. Now, I've seen stories saying 50, and I've seen stories saying that this year there was only 49 of them in the room. But either way, if you do the math, you need 40 votes. You need 40 out of 49 or 40 out of 50. 39 out of 49 won't get you in. So you need 40 votes out of 50 or out of 49. Reggie Wayne. How about this? There's 2 wide receivers. Reggie Wayne. Actually, there's 3. Reggie Wayne, but Sterling Sharp's a Veterans Committee, one of those.
That doesn't count. I mean,
Right.
It just doesn't.
Right. Reggie Wayne or Steve Smith.
Right.
Uh-huh. Okay. Right. Terrell Suggs or Jared Allen?
Jeez, oh, Pete.
Uh-huh.
I
Right.
mean,
Right.
I think I lean Suggs, but
Okay.
wow.
Right. Do you believe in voting in a kicker? Because if you do, Adam Vinatieri's got to be the guy, right?
Yes.
And so then you have to decide as a voter, am I going to put a kicker in? Darren Woodson and Eric Allen for the secondary, one a corner, one a safety. And this may honk off Eagles fans, and I loved Eric Allen, and he was outstanding. And there are some Hall of Fame quarterbacks who have said, oh, he's a Hall of Famer. But when he was guarding Michael Irvin, and nobody did a better job guarding Michael Irvin in his prime than Eric Allen, I always thought Irvin was a Hall of Famer, and Eric Allen was a half a notch below. Now, it could still put you in the Hall of Fame. We've talked about there's different levels
wings.
of Hall of
Right.
Famer.
There's wings of the Hall of Fame, in our opinion.
But I always thought Irvin was the better player. Antonio Gates, thumbs up, thumbs down.
He's thumbs up to me.
Luke
David, we go
Kuechly.
through this every year, and I think the majority of these 15 guys you're going to mention are Hall of Famers.
I know. And there's 2 offensive linemen, by the way. One's been out there a long time, Willie Anderson, longtime Bengal. Okay, but then there's Marshall Yanda, who was a standout with the Ravens. I mean, Torrey Holt, Reggie Wayne, Steve Smith, rank them. Remember when we had to do this with Andre Reed, Chris Carter, and Tim Brown?
Yes.
15 years ago? Reggie Wayne, Torrey Holt, Steve Smith. I mean, seriously, forget whether they're Hall of Famers. Just rank them 1, 2, 3.
And I don't think any of you are wrong with what your rankings are.
Right. I mean, for as much as I would love to be in this room, and what an honor I think it is if you're one of the 4950 people in this room.
And we are of the belief that of all the halls of fame, that the Pro Football Hall of Fame selection process is the best one. They're all in the room. They don't have to make the vote to us. They know in the room how everybody voted.
Now, I will say in recent years, they've put in some guys that I did not think were Hall of Famers. And I had never thought they had done that before. We were always amazed at those that they kept out, but it's not like the Baseball Hall of Fame where certain people are in and people are like, how in the world did so-and-so get in? I mean, I'm sorry, all-time great human, total tragedy that he's no longer with us, but Sam Mills was not a Hall of Fame linebacker. No way. But he's in. Okay. So there are some politics. People make 5-minute presentations, by the way, on behalf of all the finalists. And everybody knows who they are. Like Rick Stroud makes the presentations for every Tampa Bay Buccaneer. And apparently he is amazing in the room. Once you become a finalist, you're a Tampa Bay Buccaneer, Rick Stroud will get you over the finish line. Think about that pressure, by the way. You got to make the 5-minute presentation.
But if the guy gets in, the other side of it is when you get in and you know who the 5-minute presenter was of you.
Yep.
I don't think indebted because you earned your way into the Hall of Fame. But every time you go to Canton, you damn well better take that guy out and buy him a drink.
By the way, only 5 of all the players that we've mentioned, and I even left out a couple, those that have been pushed forward by veterans committees and what have you, they're just a straight up or down vote. But there's 15 finalists. Only 5 can get in. Only 5. And Eli and Luke Kuechly, all right, they're first timers, along with Suggs and Vinatieri. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
This is Miller and Moulton.
They announce it tonight at NFL Honors, yes.
I got a text to start us out here with.
Okay.
We suck again.
Oh, great. Same guy?
No, different
good.
guy.
That's good.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks for joining us on this first Thursday of February. Hope your week's going well. You're over the hump. Super Bowl 59 this Sunday. NFL Hall of Fame class gets announced tonight. NBA trade deadline wraps up in a little more than 6 hours. Another amazing Saturday coming up of college basketball. So PGA Tour heads to Phoenix. We got some stuff going on in the sports world. Spring training next week. You know, polar bears back in New York, so I'm happy. Our poll question, Swamp Buggy Races poll question. Go to swampbuggy.com. Get your tickets now. Who's got the most pressure on them in Super Bowl 59? Jalen Hurts, the refs, or Tom Brady?
NFL refs getting almost half of the votes right now. 48% of you believe it's the NFL refs who have the most pressure on them for Super Bowl Sunday. I, for the record, agree with you. David thinks it's Jalen Hurts.
I do, because he'll get labeled good enough to get you to the big game, not good enough to win it. Remember, the natty he won in college, he got benched at halftime. Now, if he's the losing quarterback in 2 Super Bowls, those, you doesn't matter if it's accurate. Doesn't matter if it's fair. They'll just say he's good, but he's not good enough. If they had somebody better, ...
So, a couple of segments ago, we got into the Super Bowl. Started talking about strategy.
Yeah.
Never once in that segment did either of us come close to making a prediction on the game.
No, not at all.
Offered some different ways that the teams will attack one another and how they will counter that defensively with 2 great defensive coordinators.
Right. We're just pointing out what we think is the fascinating chess match that the defensive coordinators have to make and the difficult decisions that they will have to make to try to stop the opposing team.
That led to this text, David.
Okay.
I don't know what show that this gentleman was listening to, but he texted our show.
Okay.
You guys are in for a rude awakening Sunday. Keep donating your money with your Chiefs bets. Eagles will win easily. This is not the same team as the Eagles from 2 years ago. As a matter of fact, we pointed that out.
Right.
That they're younger on the defensive line than they were 2 years ago. That Jalen Carter they're getting more pressures on the quarterback than they did 2 years ago.
And obviously they didn't have Saquon 2 years ago. And that's
right.
That's a big difference.
Huge.
Huh. We didn't come close to making a pick.
Not even close.
I got to be honest with you. You nor I have even discussed it with each other who we're picking.
Nope.
I only made up my mind as to who I'm picking yesterday. I didn't even give this game a lot of thought till this week. I ignored it last week. We got chastised for how much we ignored the game last week in text and Twitch chat room. We're like, what, really? You want to start breaking this game down 10, 12 days out?
So, if you want to let us know what else we suck about, 21,000's the text line.
Kind of the theme of the day. It does feel like kind of arguing with your wife, right? You go, honey, I didn't say that. Mark, I don't know if you have those conversations. I've had a lot of those conversations lately. I'm like, I didn't say that. You're projecting others onto me. I didn't say it. I didn't even think it. Now, if you'd like me to say it or think it, that's fine. But I didn't say that. I said this.
Yeah, I believe it or not, and most people probably will not believe it. I don't do a lot of talking at home. My wife's job is a lot harder than mine. She has things to do. She's stressed out at the end of the day. I usually get a synopsis of the day as I pour her wine. That's the way it goes. Or I'm taking a kid to a practice. So in here is where I can get the thoughts that people have about you and I and us
Right.
a lot more clearly.
I do think this goes back to people have their biases, and you and I have our biases. We try to admit them, though. We feel we owe that to you, okay, to admit our biases. But that, you have your bias, and if you're not hearing, that's what do we say, Mark? People want propaganda.
They do.
They do.
Neither of us have a dog in this Super Bowl fight.
Hell no.
If I want to see it, I'll be truthful. I don't care who wins. I would prefer the Chiefs win because I want to see history. I want to see the three-peat. While I'm doing this for a living, why not see history?
And I don't care who wins. And the only reason that I may find myself slightly leaning towards the Eagles is because I got a handful of people in my life who are Eagles fans. And I like them. So I hope they can be happy. But for goodness sakes, I grew up rooting for the Giants. It's not like I root for the Eagles. Although I did root for them once in a Super Bowl. I did. Because you know me, Mark. Everybody, come on. Everybody needs a parade, man.
Which one?
The second one with the Patriots.
Okay.
Now, I bet on them in the first one with the Patriots. I got the Eagles in 6. So I loved that long drive at the end of the backdoor cover. Oh, loved it. Loved it. Okay. But no, the second one, it was kind of like, come on. Brady's got 14 Super Bowls already. Hey, give my Eagle buddies. Give them a parade. And if I'd known how Kelsey was going to act on that parade, I definitely would have rooted for him.
By the way, another texter says Eli should definitely be in. Rivers and Matt Ryan should not. And you can't tell the story without Vinatieri. No, you can't. I just don't know if he gets in first time.
You and I don't care about that sort of thing, right? The whole first ballot thing for baseball or football, we don't care about that, do we?
No. If you're a Hall of Famer, you're a Hall of Famer. But the problem with football is that, as I mentioned earlier, of the 15 guys that are finalists, I have trouble picking out 3 of them that I don't believe are Hall of Famers.
Now, my understanding is you're allowed to write them all down. You're allowed to vote thumbs up on all of them. Okay? They just add up the votes. And they put a maximum of 5. My understanding is if 8 of the people that we mentioned, Mark, got 80 or more % of the vote, they would take the top 5 vote getters. And they would leave those at 6, 7, and 8, even though they were above 80%, they'd leave them out. And they'd go to next year.
That.
Right.
Harder. I mean, it's harder to get in the Hall of Fame than it is to pass legal weed in Florida.
And in some cases, it takes longer. That's outstanding. That's one of your best lines. That's really good.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You got Fred Taylor up for the Hall of Fame here, but longtime Jacksonville Jaguar. He's lives in Florida still. He's probably going, wow, that's a good line. He's right. I don't think Fred Taylor gets the call, by the way. I do think it's a hell of a. Let's put Fred Taylor side by side with Edgerrin James, and I thought Edge was a Hall of Famer. But that's if you want to hitch your wagon to Fred Taylor, that's the comparison you make.
Another texter says explain your thoughts on whether Darren Woodson or Sterling Sharp should even be Hall of Fame worthy this year. Sterling Sharp's different. It's a veterans committee.
Right.
That's on its own.
Right. So, and that's a thumbs up or thumbs down vote on Sharp in the committee. And usually, almost every time, when one of those committees push you forward, you get in.
That's why there's usually 8 to a class.
And
a couple of veterans guys, and then.
Right. And this year, there could be up to 10. Matt O'Hearn is next.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Gentlemen, has your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle? Well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Kind of relief. I heard Mahomes is pretty good outside, too. Yeah, but TJ, I guess my question to you is, would you not vote for somebody as a first time because you're like, oh, I don't think you should go in the first year. And I guess we're more the lines of we would just vote thumbs up or thumbs down on somebody, whether or not we just think they're a Hall of Famer, knowing that there are levels of greatness. But Tiki's not in the Hall of Fame, Sonny. I think Tiki would have been if he kept playing. I do think, by the way, if Tiki Barber's a Hall of Famer, then Fred Taylor is. But Tiki's not in the Hall of Fame. Right, Ninja. I would argue Ricky Waters deserves it before Tiki. Ricky Waters from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
All set.
Yes, Ambien, I do. I think Holmgren's the beginning of a series of coaches.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour. We'll talk a little Heat and the Jimmy Butler deal at the top of the hour with Alejandro Solana, pre and post on the Heat Radio Network. But we're going to talk a little bit about Orlando and their efforts for either an expansion baseball team or to be a fallback option for the Rays. Matt O'Hearn has been covering this story for FloridaDaily.com. And Matt joins us here on Miller and Moulton. Matt, it's David and Mark. Thanks for being with us. How are you?
Good. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
What is the level of interest amongst the taxpayers, if you will, of Orlando, amongst the citizens? We know there's a group. Pat Williams started it. Barry Larkin now has gone front and center. We get that. But how much do the people of Orlando want a Major League Baseball team, as best you can tell?
As best I can tell, there's definitely an appetite for it here. Now, obviously, it hasn't been put to an official vote, but I think you can look at other pro sports teams here as a pretty good example of once a vision's put in place, if it starts being developed, the fans in Orlando and the citizens here, the residents here, typically, by and large, buy into it. And while I realize the NBA is a different sport, if you look at the Orlando Magic and compare it to the Rays, you really can make the argument that over the past 10 to 15 years, the Rays have been the far better franchise when it comes to putting together a winning product on the field, yet they can only muster about 20,000 fans on a good night. And the Magic, in a much smaller venue, despite the fact that they have really only had 2 runs at the finals over 35 years, always get a good home crowd that nearly sells out if it doesn't. And I think it's pretty easy to imagine better attendance here. The hardest part is getting the infrastructure in place to get stadium underway, as St. Pete and Pinellas County have clearly discovered right now. But if you build it, they will come. That's what Pat Williams, the founder of the Magic and the founder, or the man who tried to start the whole Orlando Dreamers movement, had in mind.
Does Orlando think they're still a viable expansion franchise, or is this merely a fallback for the Rays if things go south with St. Pete?
I don't think anyone would admit it in public, but behind closed doors, I think they would look at it as definitely more relocation. When I spoke with Pat, before he passed, this is right. The timing was really unfortunate for Pat because he came out with this idea, and you may remember, not even a week or two later, the COVID outbreak started. But he had been, getting the business heads and potential corporate sponsors and the developers lined up. And even back then, when I was talking to him, I said, in my opinion, it would make much more sense to try to persuade the Rays to move over here. And Pat, being the optimist he was, looked at it as, we can do expansion. Expansion is the way to go. But just from a practical standpoint, I just don't see MLB putting 3 teams in Florida when the Marlins and Rays have both struggled. And Orlando, would easily, I think, adopt the Rays since it's essentially, their unofficial hometown team just down in about an hour and a half down the road. You're in Tampa. So I think relocation would be by far the number one goal.
Matt O'Hearn, FloridaDaily.com, joining us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. So, Matt, the owner of the Rays has a March 31st deadline to either accept the deal or walk away from it. Do you think then that the Dreamer's dream dies if he accepts it?
That's a great question. It's hard to see how it would survive much longer unless, the Marlins maybe 10 years down the road. I don't know what the Marlins deal is on their stadium, but yeah, like I was mentioning earlier, the possibility of getting that third team, I just think MLB would probably look elsewhere. But if you want to look at the possible reasons why Orlando could still be viable, I wanted to hit on a few things that really do set it apart as far as...
Okay, let me just interject for 1 second. The Marlins' new stadium, when they did it in 2012, they signed a 35-year ironclad, they can't move lease.
Right.
So whether it's working or not, and we all know it's not working, the Marlins legally are bound there for 22 more years.
Right. I didn't have that
right
numbers in front of me, but I knew it was for a while. Right. That would mean, if you weren't going to go the relocation route, it would have to be expansion. Now, the one thing I will say about Orlando as far as why they could still possibly pull that off, there's an interesting group of demographics here when you think about it, as far as we have, for the first time, I would say, we're at a point now where the majority of working adults who are under the age of 50, in that coveted 35 to 50 spot, these are people who truly grew up in the Orlando area. And for a long time, it was mostly transplants, people who had either moved here in their teens or after college years. So now there's this, much stronger hometown identity with people who have shown they will support the local teams that come in. You also have just the theme park aspect, as far as Universal and Disney are both immensely expanding their attraction areas, and they're expected to break even more records. So you're going to have fans from other teams, even more of them, who'd be more than happy to make part of their vacation, a trip to the stadium, which could be possibly right off I-4 between the attractions and downtown Orlando. And the other thing about Orlando is just the convenience of being in Central Florida. You have where the Rays are now in St. Pete, even if you're from Orlando and thinking about going to see a game, the drive over that bridge does make a big difference compared to had it just been near Seminole Casino or an area around there,
Right.
5-4. So it has a lot of things going for it. Now, whether or not that means the expansion dream could live on, it's tough to tell. But I think the obvious play will be the easiest play for Orlando would be that March 31st deadline comes, and Welch and these guys all still can't come to an agreement. And I think the ball would go into Orlando's court at that point to, get their group together and make their pitch.
What research, what information do you have that leads you to believe that tourists going to see the Mouse are going to go to a game? Because I've worked in tourist-driven economies in other markets, and those people in Nashville, where I am in Fort Myers, don't come to games. They go to the parks.
But it is a different dynamic when you're talking about Nashville or what was it? I don't know.
I'm in Fort Myers, and it was a minor league team.
Yeah.
But the tourist that comes down here, they go to the beach. They don't go to the games at the arena. They're down here for the beach.
That's true. That's true, and I see where you're coming from. But I will say, as someone who's covered the Magic and was also, a fan and a shared season ticket holder, there are a lot of. I don't have the definitive number in front of me, but there are a good amount of tourists who do go to those games, and many of them who support the other team. And it is just a different dynamic when you're talking about. We have families that have their young children there for Disney, compared to a family that's just going to the beach to relax. Now, I can't do a direct, apples to apples comparison on that, but comparing it to basically any other expansion, any other market,
right?
You're not going to have the same amount. I mean, the number of tourists that go to Orlando versus literally any other city but Vegas is just so much higher than any other city across the nation as far as consistent throughout the year.
Right.
And some of that's going to spill off. Now, how many of those, how many thousands, no one can guarantee that. But just by the sheer volume of it, you're going to have some padding there, right, that will help those attendance figures. And like I said, the Magic have not been true contenders with the exception of 2 out of 35 seasons. But by all logical accounts, you would expect them to kind of be floundering as far as attendance goes. But they still have good attendance, and that's because fans here, if you put a pro sport product in front of them, have shown that they will show up for that team.
Matt, final question. We're talking with Matt O'Hearn, FloridaDaily.com. Just as someone who lives in the greater Orlando area, wet your finger, put it up in the air. Do you think there's an appetite for public financing for a project like this? Because my understanding is, even though Larkin the other day said, hey, we got hundreds of millions of dollars already committed and I can get more, that obviously more than just infrastructure, there would need to be a serious commitment from the area financially. Do you think that area has the will to donate their taxpayer dollars to a sports project? Because we've seen in Tampa and St. Pete, I mean, those politicians pushed it through in St. Pete. The voters didn't want it. And the Tampa voters have said they didn't want it. So I'm just curious, do the Orlando voters want this?
And it's funny you ask that, because I cover sports and politics, and I would say that Orlando, and Orange County specifically, is probably the hardest county to figure out in the entire state. It's right now a blue dot in a very red state. But one of the interesting things about public funding of stadiums too, it's one of the few issues that really seems to transcend to the point now where Democrats, Republicans, and Independents have all been trending toward opposing public funding. Now, the one thing I'll say to that, though, is Orlando's politicians in the past have been able to curry favor with locals and convince them. They did that with the Magic Arena faced some opposition. Ultimately, it didn't go to a city vote. It was voted on by just the commissioners and the city council, which both approved it. Honestly, in Orange County, I honestly think it would almost be about a 50-50 split if it were to go, if you were to poll the voters here. And that's, again, because I say it's one of those few issues where you'll find a lot of Republicans and Democrats agreeing about something to oppose, but there's also a lot of independents and Republicans and Democrats who would support it. So that's a very tough one to call. I think no matter what, you're going to see about half the population that would welcome it, and there'd probably be about 10% undecided in the middle there.
Okay. Matt O'Hearn, FloridaDaily.com, talking about how real is Orlando as an option for either the Rays or for an expansion Major League Baseball team. Matt, thanks for making time for us. We appreciate it. All the best.
Thanks a lot. And either way, I just hope baseball stays in Tampa or comes to Orlando and stays in the Sunshine State. Thanks a lot, guys.
Matt O'Hearn, FloridaDaily.com, joining us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
I don't know. I don't think, I would love to find out from the Magic how many people they think they're getting per night out of tourists.
Do you think they're getting 1,000? If they're drawing 18,000 a night, and the Magic attendance is far better, it's very good, and it's outstanding considering what the product has been for most of the last 15 years. But do you think if they're putting 18,000 in that arena, do you think 1,000 of it are tourists?
Tops. And that's at the height of the tourist season. People from out of town are coming much more, during the winter months than they are during the summer months. So we shall see.
So,
I think at the end of the day, they're going to be in St. Pete.
Yeah, his initial reaction, which is he thinks that Orlando's best chance is to be an option for the Rays if the deal dies in St. Pete, I think is correct. And I think that the Orlando Dreamers' dream can die once Stu Sternberg grudgingly accepts the St. Pete deal, which I think he will.
Grudgingly accepts a deal that is going to be worth billions to him. It is amazing.
Yes.
That he keeps kicking this can down the road, trying to get more. And I don't know if he will. If he does, what a business move by him.
Well, the mayor came out yesterday and said there's no more money to be had. I get it. Cost overruns, pushing it back a year. Don't know what to tell you. We've committed our money. The city has, the county has. Agree to the deal or move on. And that the mayor of St. Pete said, we're ready to move on, by the way. I got a lot of things I can do with that land. Don't think you're the only option.
Miller and Moulton, a little update from the Orlando perspective on what's going on with the Tampa Rays. We will talk the association next, specifically the Heat. Alejandro Solana will join us. He does pre and post for the Heat. We'll talk about their move, sending Jimmy Butler to Golden State. That's next on Miller and Moulton.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important. so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Core-Tech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
This is Miller and Moulton. You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour of Miller and Moulton. Thanks so much for being with us on this first Thursday of February. NBA trade deadline is 6 hours away. Be amazing if somebody could pull something off that hasn't already been pulled off. But they're still trying in certain places. And it'll be interesting to see if Phoenix stands pat. Got tonight, the class of 2025 for the Pro Football Hall of Fame gets announced. And then obviously tomorrow, not just on this show, but all attention will go towards Super Bowl 59. We do have a Swamp Buggy Races poll question, which is Super Bowl 59 oriented. Who has the most pressure on them in the game? Jalen Hurts, the officials, or Tom Brady? That's our poll question. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X, and vote accordingly.
Right now, the refs have the most pressure on them. 47% of you say the refs have the most pressure. 39% say Jalen Hurts has the most pressure. And the remainder comes for one Tom Brady, who is doing his first broadcasting as in the Super Bowl.
You voted for the refs, and I voted for Hurts. There is a newsworthy item that we did not get to yet today, which is unusual for us. In fact, I had it written down on my starting five, sheet and glossed over it when I was going through all the news and notes of the NFL. Did you see what Deion Sanders said yesterday?
What, talking about coaching in the NFL and said he couldn't?
I couldn't coach pro ball, unquote, is what he said. And it sounded to me, Mark, and he apparently, because he's got a talk show, is that on Fubu or what's it on?
No, it's on Tubi or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
So he's got a show, and also, Deion obviously does a lot of media. And apparently he had Troy Aikman on as a guest, teammates. They're very close friends, by the way. Very close friends. And they were just talking about, NFL, coaching. And Deion said to Troy, I can't coach pro ball. The practices that we had in our day, we can't have those practices anymore. And I don't know any other way to practice football. He goes, we can have those practices in college.
You've talked about this a lot, not just practices, but the difference between Saturday and Sunday, from practice to the games and the physicality that they allow on Saturdays that they just simply don't allow on Sunday. You can drill a quarterback on Saturday. The practices are much more physical.
Isn't it 20 hours, the number of hours that you're allowed per week? Now, that's supposed to include meetings, classroom time, and all that. But also, here's the other part of the equation: enforcement. Come on, who's enforcing the rules in college? Remember, who was it who ratted on Harbaugh a couple of years ago?
One of the Michigan players.
Right. Ratted on Harbaugh.
Ratted out Harbaugh.
We
and the Ohio State per man ripped him apart in Michigan, basically said that's why you're not as good as us.
Right. And, there is very little enforcement in college. We know that. I mean, what? When's the last time a league commissioner came down hard on a particular school? I mean, the only thing Sankey's come down hard on is court storming and field storming. I mean, otherwise, Sankey lets his teams do whatever the hell they want. And all commissioners are that way. Because otherwise, you end up losing the job. So there's really no one to enforce the whole amount of time you can practice in college sports. And it's kind of a wink, wink, nod, nod running joke as to 20 hours a week. Right. Meanwhile,
Hell, it's what Nick Saban told recruits as to why they should come to Alabama, because of how hard they will practice and how that will get them ready for Sundays.
yeah, the NFL's got a union. Every team's got a union rep. They know what the rules are. They know in training camp how many times you can go pads. They know how long you can be out on the field in a week. Yeah, that stuff doesn't exist in college. And Deion's basically saying, yeah, the way I believe you should be practicing football, you can't do that anymore. And for what it's worth, that's why Deion has said, quote, I couldn't coach pro ball. Because by the comments that Troy Aikman made here recently, Troy Aikman was on board with Deion becoming the next head coach of the Cowboys.
Yeah.
He
thought his personality was the right fit to be the head coach in Dallas, that his large personality would be perfect for that job.
You and I have felt from the beginning, before he got into coaching, that Deion would work as a coach in the NFL.
Now, we are Deion guys. We admit that. We like Deion a lot. Yep. He was annoying me at Colorado with some of the receipts and some of the antics, but by and large, I'm in the Deion camp.
But one of the things we thought he would have on Sundays is how many people in the room are going to be as good a player as him? I mean, come on. If you play football, you know who he is. You know how great he was. And if you don't, look it up. And in theory, he's not going to ask you to do anything he didn't do. So
except for maybe tackle.
Right. Right. So, we thought that would give him credibility in the room, that would overcome whatever lack of experience that he had. And we actually agreed with his philosophy, which is, hey, man, my job's to hire a good coaching staff and let them do their thing. I handle the owner. I handle the general manager. I handle the media. I handle the room. That's my job. So we thought Deion would work. But Deion is basically, if we are to believe him, and I got to believe if Deion wanted the Cowboys job, he'd be the Cowboys head coach. I don't know, Mark, if you feel that way, but who's the first person that Jera called when Mike McCarthy and Jera divorced? Deion. And they had 2 long conversations. And it was only after those long conversations that Jera started moving on and talking to others. I have to believe if Deion wanted to be the coach of the Cowboys, he would be the coach of the Cowboys today. Do you believe that?
I do. Who did they hire?
Brian Schottenheimer. Right. Who Deion could have easily said, yeah, he can stay as offense coordinator. Him and Dak are close. I'm fine with that.
By the way, caught a little bit. Warren Sapp was on the Rich Eisen show. Caught a little bit of it. Warren Sapp, in talking about Travis Hunter, thinks that he's going to Canton. What he saw in practice.
And for those that don't know, Sapp is a defensive line coach with Deion in Colorado.
What he said he saw in practice on a daily, his work ethic, how his approach to the game. I mean, he said, I was a dog when I played college. I wasn't him. I mean, that's Warren Sapp.
Yeah. And he was a dog on Sunday.
He was a dog on Saturday, and he was a dog on Sunday. And he says, basically, this guy's going to Canton.
He inadvertently hit me with a seed. All right. And I know I've told this story before, but I haven't told in a long time. So Warren would sit in front of his locker. And obviously a lot of people wanted to talk to him. And so after a game, He'd be butt naked, and he'd have a towel over him. And, you know, a lot of us with microphones in front would kneel down so that the camera people could see over us and we wouldn't obstruct their view. So Warren would always joke with those of us that are kneeling down, hey, keep your eyes up. Got it, Warren. All right. So Warren's sitting there, and Warren would not only put a towel over his legs, 2 of them to cover himself, but then Warren would put a towel out in front of him. And that would be an area of space that you couldn't invade. And the reason you couldn't invade it is not because of the towel, because let's face it, we all could step on the towel, kneel on the towel, what have you. Warren would be spitting, whether it was chew or seeds, onto the towel. And Warren was a good spitter. I mean, he didn't miss the towel. Okay, he just bend over, boom, spit down on the towel. But obviously, that created some room for Warren where we wouldn't invade his space
or hit his third leg.
Right. I was as close to Warren as you could be without invading his space and being on the towel. And one time, a seed went a little sideways. All right. Got me. All right. Didn't flinch, didn't move, didn't say anything. And when the whole thing was over, Warren said, hey, man, sorry about that. I said, no problem, big fella.
The large human.
Very talented human who gave great content, great post-game sound. Great.
Don't know how good of a guy he is?
Right. No, has had major issues. Yes, violence against women, drugs. Oh, yeah. No, Warren's had his issues. Thought he would be a media superstar, by the way. Thought he would be the NFL's Barkley. If not for those issues, I think he could have been.
I agree with that because he gives great quotes. He is a great interview. He's tremendous in front of the camera. But his demons, and particularly the violence against women, you just can't put somebody out. You can't do that.
No, absolutely not. But could play football.
Could he ever?
And could talk about it. Miller and Moulton. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Some picks. I don't think we have a system play tonight.
We don't.
It's all coming up in 25 minutes. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. American Paint Supplies. For nearly 30 years is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I have to laugh because Texter's comment, he goes, I watched that third leg comment went right over his head. I'm like, no. That's the beauty of David. He hears all my comments and just plays
I
straight
knew
and
exactly.
he just goes
Come on.
right through it.
Right.
I mean,
Come
come on, people.
Right. Come on.
That's
I don't
why
know what
he's
he's talking about. Come on. Just keep right going. See,
Just
that
keep
makes
going.
it funnier. It makes it funnier.
Exactly. It makes
Mark,
it so much better.
Right. Mark can interject that, and then we stay on, that's funny.
And you're listening going, did he just say?
Yeah. He
Yes.
said third
Yes, he
leg.
did.
He said third leg. Yes, he did. Gulf Coast news.
Oh, yeah. Oh, this is going to go over like in church. I don't care. I don't care. I've not watched a lot of it, but I've got to be honest. The clips I've seen of when they, Barstool watches the game, you can watch the Barstool guys watch the game.
Right.
The stories Gruden's sharing with the guys in that room is incredible.
Good.
He's the guy that should be on Fox or in a studio role. FGCU just put out a post for season tickets for the 25-26 season. Shouldn't they worry about trying to sell tickets to the games they have left in February?
I would, yes. And/or baseball and softball tickets, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Oh, I think he's buying the quarterback. Irish. I do. I think Portnoy is buying the quarterback.
I thought the billionaire bought the quarterback.
I thought Portnoy offered.
Yeah, I don't know who's, but they are all in.
Yeah. They just beat Ohio State and Alabama, throwing for less than 100 yards in both games. Not like they can't get talented players at Michigan.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Lee Sterling, Pat Kerwin, at the very least, to break down the Super Bowl from a betting and on the field standpoint. At the very least, working on more for you on a Football Friday tomorrow. Our Swamp Buggy Races poll question involves Super Bowl 59. Who has the most pressure? Jalen Hurts, the officials, Tom Brady. Vote accordingly.
We are going to do something that we very rarely, if ever, do on this show anymore. We're going local to my backyard, to David's former backyard. First off, I know the majority of our listeners are in this area. What I would like you to do for me, when you think of the area that you live in, and I'm not saying anything, whether you live in Fort Myers, Naples, Sanibel, Marco Island, you name it. What do you refer to this area as? What do you call this area? The place that you call home, geographically, locally, what do we describe this area as?
Southwest Florida.
Yeah, we live in Southwest Florida. There is a news station in our market that has done really well for many a year. They were sold recently to a national group.
Right.
And NBC2 and ABC7 are now known as Gulf Coast News. This, in my opinion, is the single biggest miss in the history of Southwest Florida, including calling that minor league baseball team the Mighty Muscles, of which you know we don't have muscles in Southwest Florida. So now, the station that, because of the things that happened during Hurricane Ian, and one of the news stations being flooded, one station took over as the most watched news in the market. They just changed their name. They're now known as Gulf Coast News. They're proud of it.
Oh, sure. I mean, come on.
It was the first thing I saw, and I get a lot of my good, bad, and ugly stories from their website, from NBC. Well, it used to be NBC-2.com. It's now Gulf Coast News Now.com. Gulf Coast. Really? I've lived here since 1998. I have been vacationing here since I was 6 years old. My grandparents had a condo at the Admiralty in Marco Island, when there, I believe, were 5 condominiums in the Marriott on that beach. So I've been coming down here a long time.
Almost 50 years.
Gulf Coast, huh? Now, I know the universities, Florida Gulf Coast University. They don't refer to themselves as that. They don't want to be known as Gulf Coast. They're FGCU.
We detailed for many a years of bones of contention between FGCU and ESPN. That on the bottom of the screen, they would not refer to the school as FGCU. They would refer to it as FLGULF-CST. FGCU got on a plane and flew to Bristol, Connecticut to resolve this. By the way,
get that there's Gulf Coast Appliance and there's Gulf Coast this. I get it. Do you, when you talk to your friends and people from other parts, where are you going to visit? Southwest Florida. You don't say I'm going to the Gulf Coast.
Now, there are many businesses that have Gulf Coast in it. You got the Gulf Coast Town Center Mall, right?
Yeah.
I mean, so it
you have those in Sarasota and Tampa and Pensacola too.
Right. That to me is I think they've just given a massive marketing promotional opportunity to Wink.
Absolutely.
Massive. And they need it because NBC and ABC have both been kicking Wink for years. And the fact that ABC had supplanted Wink in certain newscasts, it was staggering. But this is a massive promotional and marketing opportunity for Wink TV. I would Southwest
So that
Florida.
is our delve into the consultant business. And David's having had a couple technical issues. You glitched there, but this is our delve into consulting for the local news. It's a job you and I have always wanted. They're overpaid, they're listened to, and they don't do that much. We think we'd be perfect.
If I was Wink, I would change everything to Southwest Florida about me. I would combat this head on. So you can't go to NBC-2.com anymore?
Oh, you can. I mean, it just sends you to GulfCoastNewsNow.com. I mean, like if you go to Twitter.com, it goes to X.com. Right. They've already, they worked that out.
Can I make a prediction as to part of the reason why they did this? You're going to have NBC do newscasts that airs on ABC and vice versa.
Oh, I think it's a cost-cutting measure so they can take two newsrooms and make it into one. Absolutely.
Yes. Yeah, there will be now, and they sell the news very well. And so this is a way, I think, to shrink the staff and produce more news. And on both stations, you're watching Gulf Coast News. Okay.
Oh, that's definitely what they're doing. I've never referred to this area as the Gulf Coast. I mean, the Gulf Coast goes, as someone pointed out, goes from the Everglades to Texas.
Well, I have to admit, when I hear Gulf Coast, I actually think of Southeast Texas before I think of Southwest Florida. And I don't know if that's because I lived in Southwest Florida for nearly 25 years, and I know that we call where we live Southwest Florida. We don't call it the Gulf Coast.
So we felt we owed this to you. And congratulations to GulfCoastNewsNow.com. In my opinion, you've surpassed the Fort Myers Mighty Mussels as the worst named organization in the region.
At the very least, I would have lost the now part. I mean, GulfCoastNews.com would have been enough. I don't think we have to.
Now, David.
No,
in
I
your
know.
corner, working for you.
Now. No, I know that. We did all that before. But first off, when you go to the internet, aren't you assuming it's now? It's immediate. I mean, when you're watching the news, isn't there an assumption of this is what's happening now? That's all. I just feel it's a little redundant. It just also it's too long a name. It's GulfCoastNews.com? No, it's GulfCoastNewsNow.com. Oh. Not to be confused with GulfCoastNewsTomorrow.com or GulfCoastNewsYesterday.com. So, all right. But let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, it took a lot for me to keep Mark Miller contained for 3.5 hours. He wanted to lead the show with this.
I did. It was very welcoming that we had that text to tell us how bad we were when I walked in this morning to calm me down off of this story.
He was hot this morning. Miller and Moulton. Now!
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement Or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Only my first day. Yeah, there are ratings, and they've been bad for 5 years. 2 and 3 years ago, I know for a fact that ABC7 was beating Wink, which, as somebody who anchored the news at ABC7, is staggering. NBC2 is crushing Wink News. Crushing. Embarrassingly so, considering historically how they've been nip-tuck
It was
for
neck and neck forever.
ever. So, yeah. Oh my goodness. Alejandro just texted.
Yeah,
He
I know.
said-
He texted me too.
'Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. 16 till we're done talking. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Lee Sterling, Pat Kerwin, at the very least on the show tomorrow. Lee at 7, Pat for a half an hour beginning at 8. And trust me, we're working on more. We will cover Super Bowl 59 on a Football Friday.
That's right. I'm saving all of those for tomorrow. It's the last one we get.
Tomorrow.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Today was the day when, brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Call them today, 427-3441. That's 239-427-3441. Start living your best. Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Go online, GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Mention Miller and Moulton for 10% off. Today in 1778, the Treaty of Amity and Commerce and the Treaty of Alliance is signed in Paris between the U.S. and France, the first negotiated by the United States. It established formal diplomatic relations and formed a defensive alliance with France. And we've only been paying them back ever since. 1894, William Painter patents the bottle opener. Thanks, Bill.
It came in handy.
Yeah. 1899, the Spanish-American War ends. This peace treaty ratified by the Senate today. 1935, the Monopoly board game goes on sale for the first time. That game is still being played by the 4 people who bought it. Sinatra debuts on radio's Your Hit Parade today in 1943. Liz II, Queen Elizabeth II, takes the British throne today in 1952. When she took the throne, they still had Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. I mean, if you break it down, this was not a good run by the Queen.
Well, that's blaming her, though. I mean, is being the monarch a one-loss stat? This is like is one loss a quarterback stat, Mark?
No, but think about it. She is the throne of the United Kingdom. The kingdom was a hell of a lot bigger when she got the throne than when she ended.
I know, but is she responsible for that?
I don't know. I'm just saying it was on her watch. She were a head coach, she'd lose her job. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know.
Unless she was Jerry Jones and owned the Cowboys, that's the only one that's worse.
70 plus years at the helm. Seems like a win to me.
Ali pummels Ernie Terrell today at the Houston Astrodome for 15 straight rounds in 1967. 1970, the NBA expands to 18 teams. Cleveland, Houston, Portland, and Buffalo. The only one that didn't make it. Centerfold by the Jay Giles Band was number 1 on the pop charts today in 1982. 50 Cent releases his album Get Rich or Die Trying today in 2003. 2005 was the Jacksonville Super Bowl. Patriots beat the Eagles 24-21. And in 2011, in Dallas, Green Bay beats the Steelers 31-25.
Stop if you can for a second. Imagine if we had come out after that game and said, listen, neither one of these teams is going to come back to this game for 15 years. I mean, Aaron Rodgers had just completed his third year as the starting quarterback, and they won the Super Bowl. Roethlisberger and the Steelers had represented the AFC in 3 of the last 6 Super Bowls, having won 2 of them. And never mind if we then knew we could rattle off all the wins and we could say, and over the next 15 years, the Packers are going to average more than 10 wins a year. And by the way, the Steelers are not going to have a losing season for the next 15 years. And Roethlisberger is going to play another 12. But neither one's coming back to the game.
Today in 2014, Jay Leno hosts the Tonight Show for the final time. Those no longer with us that would have celebrated birthdays today: Babe Ruth, Zsa Zsa Gabor, Ronald Reagan, Rip Torn, Bob Marley, and Gord Downie. Gord Downie was the lead singer of the Tragically Hip. They're a Canadian band. They were amazing. That's for me. Those that are celebrating birthdays: David, Tom Brokaw is 85.
I can't. When I start doing Brokaw, I do Brokaw for the rest of the day. And I have a game I have to broadcast tonight. I cannot start doing Brokaw.
Are you serious right now?
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Axl Rose is 63.
I live in here in Yankton, South Dakota.
Rick Ashley's never going to give you up, but he's 59 today, and Colin Morikawa is 28. What did I miss, David?
I had trouble saying 50 Cent. I can't be silent with my tea.
I am going to text you at 7 o'clock, and I'm just going to send you clips of Brokaw.
Don't. I'll be doing a game. Come on. I'll be doing the game from 7 to 9. Don't do that. It's bad enough. It's a 2-hour drive to the game I'm doing. I'm going to be doing Brokaw the whole damn trip.
You are going to be in the car doing Brokaw nonstop. To an audience of yourself.
If you're going to send me the clips, get them to me by 2:30. That's when I'm getting in the car. I can just play it in the car. Of Mice and Men was published today in 1937. It's actually one of the English lit books early in my life I remember reading and liking. All right.
I don't remember if I liked it. I know I read it.
And Arthur Ashe died today, 32 years ago, of AIDS. And that kind of stopped us in our tracks.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
We go to the Persian Gulf for the good. That's a first. Chris Brightmore was visiting family in UAE a week before Christmas when the married man of 51 years lost his ring. It slipped off his finger in the Persian Gulf. He frantically looked for the ring but could not find it. And then he faced the prospect of having to tell his wife the unhappy news. His son-in-law suggested that he publicize this on a Facebook page called British Dads Dubois to see if anyone was helped. 2 days later, he had help. And after several hours, they found the ring in the Persian Gulf.
Wow. That's amazing to me.
It is. For the bad, we go to Fort Myers, where Ricardo Rodriguez worked for Leak Memorial Hospital. And he's a bad person. He has been fired and faces grand theft charges after allegedly stealing emergency medical equipment valued at over $150,000. He targeted the hospital's intensive care unit, stealing heart monitors that he then sold via eBay to medical resellers in California and Minnesota, leaving the hospital without needed medical devices. Double the sentence. And finally, the ugly. We'll go to Bonita Springs, where 34-year-old Sabrina Coyne is quite a lady. She was arrested for throwing a first date brick through the window of her ex-husband's home. They located her outside the residence. The homeowner says they woke up to a loud crash banging at the front door. In the video, the officer could be heard asking, "Did you launch anything in there?" She said no, before the camera cutting to footage showing her throwing the brick through the window.
I mean, come on. Like, you don't think they know the answer to that question when they're asking you. And the video camera's right there.
I would call her mugshot look dirty hot. And I would say that she's borderline crazy. For one, she saved a first date brick, of which I had no idea there was such a thing. So she had the first date. She marries this guy, divorces this guy, then throws the first date brick through his window.
They have it on videotape. They ask her, "Did you throw the brick through the window?" And she goes, "No."
34-year-old Sabrina will be out on the prowl soon after being arrested. You can look for her at area Bonita Springs bars. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Thursday, February the 6th, brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to capecops.com. Capecops.com. A $10,000 sign-on bonus for new officers. Other jobs available with the Cape Coral Police Department. All information can be had at capecops.com.
Phoenix Open's already underway, Mark. ESPN Plus, eventually today on the Golf Channel, Paramount Plus. Underway in Phoenix. Supposedly, this is Scottsdale, but supposedly this is going to be a much calmer, well-behaved Waste Management Open, because last year was Mardi Gras. When the biggest party on tour gets so out of hand that they've got to rein it in. But that's what happened. They got drink limits now, and apparently they're going to amp up security. And my guess is 16 will still be nuts. It's 16, right?
Yeah.
There, the stands all around, and that 16 will be nuts. They just won't be as drunk.
We'll see. Good luck on trying to limit beers to people. That always works well.
They also, though, are limiting ticket sales. That they said, we because they just sold to anybody who showed up. And so they drew like 250,000 people over 4 days to that tournament. And they said, yeah, that's too much. I mean, that's like PGA of America and the Ryder Cup. We got to, scale back here.
Panthers on the road tonight at St. Louis. They are a heavy favorite in that one. Big one in Tampa as they host Ottawa. Those two teams battling for the final playoff spots in the East. Vasilevsky expected to start for the Lightning as they are a favorite at home against Ottawa.
NBA, I believe it's a TNT doubleheader night. Dallas and Boston at 7:30. Golden State at the Lakers at 10. No word if Jimmy Butler's debuting for the Warriors. I doubt it. Lakers a robust 7.5-point favorite. We do not have a system play tonight. It looks like a system play, but it's not, because you have 18th ranked Maryland at unranked Ohio State. But Ohio State at home is a 2.5-point favorite.
think Maryland's won 3 in a row, and they've won some pretty good games. They're playing better. It is the only game tonight involving a ranked team, David.
Can I give you an A-Sun betting special tonight?
Uh-oh. Here it is.
There is a trio of A-Sun games tonight, all in the state of Florida. FGCU, that's first place FGCU. Are any of you in Southwest Florida aware of that? Any marketing being done? Anything? Local TV, radio, newspaper, anything?
I just saw a post they put out for season tickets for next year, David.
Oh, well, you may want to go this year. They're in first place in the A-Sun. They're a 6.5-point favorite against Eastern Kentucky. Eastern Kentucky beat them in Richmond, Kentucky a couple weeks ago. I don't think they'll beat them again. So now what I want to do is I want to tease FGCU down to a virtual pick'em. North Florida is playing the worst team in the A-Sun at home tonight. They're a 10.5-point favorite. I'm going to tease them down to 4.5. I'm tempted to make it a 3-teamer and bring Jacksonville into the equation, but they've lost 5 straight to Stetson, so I'm going to stay away from it. So, yes, that's right. You heard it here. An FGCU North Florida teaser.
Super Bowl preview tomorrow.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Core-Tech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.